Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a great day. I got us up rather quickly. I'm pretty happy with that. And there we go. I will be doing a timestamp, and as I get Will and Smokey into co-host seats, I hope. And then we will proceed onward and upward with what we need to get done for the day. And that would be talking about Ukraine and what's happening in Ukraine these days. And it's a bit cold and frigid. Let's do a calm pod. Let's do a calm opening here. Because I can't find my list.
Good morning, Kyiv.
Good morning, Kyiv. How are you doing, Smokey?
Well, in the cold and the wet and the dark, I am still far better off than some of our friends currently in Kyiv. But I am also hearing that the power workers are doing a heroic job of getting things hooked back up again.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too. Let's go ahead and do our timestamp. It is Sunday, January 11th in part of the world, but not all of the world. So let's check out what time it is, or what time it is where. I'm going to go basic today. It is 6:01 a.m. in the UK, Northern Ireland, Scotland, that whole area. and just because I see somebody and I know they're awake, I'm gonna do this. In Mouthful of Crackers, Poland, it is 7:01 a.m. and it is 8:01 a.m. in Ukraine. In the Workers' Paradise, Perth, Western Australia, it is 2:02 p.m. In Melbourne, Australia, it is 5:02 p.m. In New York City, specifically, maybe we'll pick Brooklyn, New York tonight. It is 1:02 a.m. People should be asleep. You ever read that book, Go the Fuck to Sleep? Samuel L. Jackson does the audio version. It's rather amusing. It is 11:02 p.m. in Salt Lake City, Utah, and 10:02 p.m. here in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle, Washington area, I would say. And then just because I can remember it, and it always cracks me up, in Alaska, it is 9:03 p.m. And what? Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. I don't know how the weather's doing for you guys up there, Smokey. Down here, it's starting to get a little bit more chilly, but it's been so rainy lately. It's absolutely crazy. I don't even know what they have in the mountains.
It is soggy. I can summarize it with that. It is also for our part of the world perfect hyperthermia weather. Those temperatures when it's just a little bit above 0 C and it's wet and you're at like 90% humidity and the natural world around you is trying it as hard as it can to extract as much heat out of you as it can possibly manage. So yeah, a different kind of chili. But aside from that, fat and happy, pretty much. Been been rummaging through all of the news today. I don't have anything particularly on my agenda, but I'll be looking forward to riffing with Will about the news summary and seeing where the conversation takes us this evening.
Awesome. And hopefully we'll be done with that nest stuffing here in a bit. I got done. I was doing a transition between two spaces the other day. I think it was between Absurdistan and the Boom Report. And by the time I even got to look up at the nest, there were 40 things in the nest. 40! That's a little excessive.
It was pretty busy.
Yeah, I deleted half of that stuff. Yeah, well, I figured, the old co-hosts were gone. We had new co-hosts who had their own agenda in what they wanted to talk about, and boy, just
And
trying
then
to.
they proceeded to talk about some of the very stuff that I already had in the nest for them, but they didn't have anything up there to show with it.
Well,
So whatever.
yeah, but try to find that one thing in 40. Unless you're not going to
Well, to
find.
be honest, now to be fair, I only to be exact precise. There's like 8 things you have to have in the nest ads, and I only had a light day, 7 up there. Midwest came in, and oh my god,
Oh
it,
my
it
God is
piled some
right.
shit in. I mean, these youngsters that they take to a job, and then it's like somebody gave him an 8 ball and then sent him up to fill the nest. Anyway, but like myself and Brian Porras, who started packing the nest when it used to provide functional problems for its base, trying to run 24 hours a day, and did that. Well, persisted at it, particularly to annoy you, Prince. Um, I'll take all the slings and arrows. People can always blame the nest on me. I'm always responsible.
Well, I don't have a problem with blaming you, but yes, there was so much stuff in that nest. I don't know how you would have found anything. Anyway. It just anyway, that's all. It,
Cool.
it I'm not as freaked out about a full nest as I once was. So there are improvements. It gets over 20 items regularly, and I don't freak out.
It does get pretty hard to find, but there's a mere 17 up there today, and I don't intend to put anything more up because probably won't get to all of that because we'll probably end up talking about whatever Smokey wants to talk about. Folks, the rules of the room. Good morning, Kiev. Good morning, Kiev. The word Kiev being the thing to tip you off that. If you want to talk about related world events, which are tend to swamp and be so chaotic that they're making Ukraine look like a bastion of calmness right now, you can do so. But if you say anything about any other subject in Ukraine, it better have direct relevance to Ukraine. Otherwise, the censors are going to get me in big trouble. No, I'm just kidding. But let's try to keep it to Ukraine um, or Ukraine related matters because there is a lot to talk about. And on days like this, where there is an absolute ton of stuff going on in the rest of the world, then it's all the more important to pay attention to what's going on in Ukraine because nobody else will be providing you with those updates. You can read them, right? You can read Tim White's summaries or Knowles or anything like that. You can follow those things. But what we do here is talk about them in more detail and provide some context of what's put in there or in any of the news summaries that you can find. And we like to follow. We actually follow the Max one. We started following Max because he's in Venezia, right? Anybody can follow Telegram and keep us up to date on what's doing. And if you want it in very well done English language, Tim White is a go-to guy for that. But we love Max because he's in Venezia, and if I can buy Ukrainian first, I'm gonna. So yeah, let's kick off. It is a very cold day, in Kiev. I can tell you, it's 17 below 0 Celsius, and Russia's been doing more of its attacks to try to make Ukraine suffer in the cold and the dark, as they have done for 4 years, and uh, unrelenting, no ballistics, and we reported yesterday that as 2 days ago, when the big when the big ballistic missile attack was on, that they'd knocked out power, and we reported then yesterday that. In 22 hours, they had restored all of the power. That wasn't quite true. There are about 60,000 people on the left bank of the Dnipro that are still without power uh, uh, in full. But I think that they are doing a mighty job of it. It's a it's kind of a good news day starting the news, because there's an item up in the nest from DTEC, which I think mirrors exactly what we were talking about yesterday. And we were talking about the efforts that Ukraine puts forth to get the power back on, and how the community really pulls together. They note that, we note it, and folks are, the Ukrainians are working the problem while
That's
they're at war, and not getting distracted by, the bad news that's going on.
which is a characteristic that is diametrically opposed to how the Russians typically are handling these things.
Yeah, I mean, Russians can take a lot of pain, right? Because they've been forced to over their entire history, because of authoritarian government, phenomenally corrupt and inefficient delivery of government services, and then so they're made to weather a lot of suffering, but they don't weather it with bonhomie and camaraderie. Uh, they oftentimes end up preying upon one another, the
It's
lowest common denominator, and they do in some bits pull together, and they try to get behind these patriotic themes and shit, but nothing's like really being committed to something like freedom, you know.
mostly what I seem to be hearing is the equivalent of "So where's mine?" Which
Yeah, and they will bitch. They will go out and make a video before they'll go help get the power back on.
yeah. So and I certainly, having lived in New England and gone through Northeasters winter, I understand the challenges of being in a house when it is below zero, and you have 40 to 60 centimeters of snow on the ground, high winds, and no electrical power. Um, so I can appreciate. I can definitely, I can feel the sorts of things that the folks dealing at Kyiv. Admittedly, though, when I was dealing with all that, I didn't have to worry about, glide bombs or drones or ballistic missiles. So I can certainly count my blessings in that regard. But the challenges that the Ukrainians faced and how they're dealing with them, without question, I leave myself impressed and in awe.
Yeah, yeah. All hail the power workers, like we talked about the railway workers in Ukraine before. All hail their great work and efforts, and all the support that everybody's given them to get the power back on, because it's weathering the storm. And Russia has done what I've been advising for a long time, and that is, as the weather gets the worst, if you can predict it, which is why I put a post up from me about the current weather and the forecast in Moscow, because these storms that we're talking about, that you see in Kazan now and Yaroslavl yesterday, which are stranding people out on the highways. This is the sort of thing that DTEC is talking about. They would be under a high level of providing emergency services now in Kiev and surrounds anyway, because of snow and freezing, snow and ice freezing on trees and breaking those limbs off as it gets cold enough to freeze them through. Another thing we're familiar with from our upbringing, Smokey, and down power lines, all that sort of stuff they're dealing with. And there's some pretty high winds, but that's looking to probably calm down now in Kiev. But there's a massive snowstorm, it looks like, coming to Moscow in the next day or so, and it's a minus 11 with a breeze blowing, and that makes it, that's the kind of weather that make you remember men have nipples too, folks. It's very, very cold, and I would absolutely love to see Ukraine respond in kind to knock out major power substations uh, in the western half of Russia, in a very concerted effort to knock the power out, and let them have a sample of what Russia's been attempting to do to Ukraine for 4 years. Call me mean and vindictive, folks, but the manner in which to respond to Russia is consequence management. Deliver them a bash in the face, followed by an ultimatum. This can stop. if you want it to stop, provided you stop. Otherwise, we're ready to continue. And I'll note that we were talking yesterday too, Smokey, about the power being out in Russia, because remember, both the Oriol and the Belgorod power plants have been power stations have been hit as well. And the Belgorod mayor is now on the video last night before he went to bed, talking about the fact that folks in Belgorod need to plan to have the lights out for a while, and
Yep.
that they're obviously, based on the timestamp, they've been without power for about 2 days in Belgorod. So a day in Kiev, and not really comparable, but 2 days out in Belgorod. I want to see a lot better and bigger examples of that.
Well, I'm just looking at some of the videos of the Russians being stuck in the highway between Moscow and St. Petersburg. That warfare.
Moscow and Yaroslavl, those
Was it
photos were
Moscow
from.
and Yaroslavl? Yeah, I thought that was St. Pete, but yeah, but that was that was classic. And I'm also thinking about this from the standpoint that having things shut down and having the weather uh, sock in Moscow and St. Petersburg and areas around it is also going to make life difficult for them to be concentrating and then delivering logistic support to the armies in the field. And I'm certain that the degree to which Ukrainian citizens are suffering right now, I think we can be pretty well guaranteed that the Russians in the field are suffering far worse than that. Certainly, far worse than the Ukrainian military is by comparison. I saw
That
something.
that that is dead. You're dead right there. And while I'm, writing fan fiction and dreaming about blackouts in Moscow and St. Petersburg, there are blackouts and significant, lengthy ones, as well as strikes on other logistics, materials, concentrations of people, and electric power in the occupied territories by Ukraine in using better and better short and medium range drones. That FP2 really packs a punch. I mean, it's got an order of magnitude more explosive power, and it looks to be the tool for the job in anything that's in the occupied territories.
Yeah, yeah, for certain. And we haven't heard about. Well, I think I remember hearing that they were worried about starting to see problems with typhus again. That was one of the things I seem to recall hearing. And of
So
course,
they've lost control of all of their wastewater and sanitary management.
yeah, yeah. So that they're certainly going to be dealing with that, and we know, and this is going to turn into a larger problem for their civilian population behind the lines, because we already know how much trouble in Donetsk that municipal authorities are having keeping the water running, much less keeping power going. And they were rationing power months ago in Donetsk City. They're going through frequent outages of 4 to 6 hours at a time or more. So I can scarcely imagine with the entire system being under active threat and persistent attack that they are not having more serious problems. What I'd like, one of the places I'd like to hear about the lights getting shut out on is actually Rostov on Don, because if you knock out the power there, you're creating a serious hiccup for most of the logistical support for the armies that are deployed from Kupiansk down to Huiopol. So that just by itself, I think, would be a good thing. Though,
Too true. And Rostov on Don is one of the major well, not the ones they've demonstrated that they can hit power plant substations in the Rostov on Don area before, but the one I'm after, the one
mhm,
that's near the nuclear power plant,
mhm.
just like up in Kursk and Smolensk. Those would be the ideal ones to get. But you're right. Even whatever they can manage, knocking out power in Rostov in particular, I guess I'd start there. That's actually that's a really good suggestion to start in Rostov, because maybe don't start in Moscow and St. Petersburg, because you don't want to essentially say you're exactly like the Russians, but you do want to do a demonstration of what can be done.
Oh,
And the knocking out the substation that serves the Rostov nuclear power plant would be a great way to put a lot of slack in the system, and not possibly be able to manage all the supply to the trains, as well as the industry and residential commercial customers there. And Russia would then certainly prioritize the trains and make things extra miserable for anybody running a business or lighting their house. Yeah.
definitely, definitely. Um, yeah, well, let's see. We got Dryfly coming up. I just brought him up. Dryfly, you got something to toss
Yeah,
into?
I got a question for Will. You mentioned that that the Ukrainians would hit Russian power, knock it out, and the Russians would hit power. Then they kind of all discuss and no longer hit each other's energy infrastructure. Do you think that that's an offer that's still on the table? I get the feeling increasingly that if Ukraine were going to accept anything, I think they'd only accept a full ceasefire across the board now. I don't think if Russia came to them and said, we will not shoot long range missiles into your country anymore if you don't do it to us anymore, I don't think they'd go with that deal. I don't think they'd take it under any circumstances at this point.
I
They'd say
think you might be right. You very well could be
we
right.
will only take a complete and total. I mean, in 2024, 2023, yeah, they might have done that. Now, no. Now the parity is such that it's only a complete and total ceasefire. And I'll listen. Thank you.
No, you're
Yeah,
right. I've probably been calling for Blackout Sunday for 18 months. And a year ago, I think that I would have absolutely thought that they might go for punch him in the face and issue the ultimatum about stopping the attacks on civilian power plants or electrical power plants in general. And I agree. In fact, I might, if I was counseling Ukraine, I would actually require at that point a full ceasefire,
yeah,
because a full, otherwise unconditional ceasefire. Just stop firing, and we'll start discussing from there. That's it.
yeah. There's Ukraine does not gain any benefit, I think, at this point from partial rollbacks. Partial rollbacks of hostilities really at this point only benefits Russia.
Yeah, and they've already done all this damage to Ukraine. So Ukraine should ask for more.
Well, Ukraine is the thing is my perception also is that Ukraine has become far more effective at adapting to and compensating for the damage that's being done.
Yeah, I agree.
So that it's like the question of damage control on ships. One of the ways in which the United States had a significant advantage during World War II is the ships would get pounded to crap, but the thing is the damage control folks would keep them floating and fighting. So and I think to a certain degree, similar kind of attitude that if it breaks, we're going to fix it, and we're going to fix it quickly is one of the things I think that sets them apart. Um, the other thing also that just simply not necessarily even keeping the lights out. One of the things that I was very, very happy to watch over the last week or so was Ukraine keeping enough drones in the air continuously that most of the airports in Russia had to really shut down most of their operations. And I found that an exceptionally perceived that to be an exceptionally useful exercise.
And
You know,
the cherry on top of that, although it means we'll have less in the long term, is Russia's now classified that information. You can't get the central. They no longer, as of 2 days in a row, having all those places down. They no longer publish which airports are not functioning.
Yeah, we can certainly imagine, and I'm sure that there will be noise that will show up on Telegram that will
Well, I mean,
inform us.
we just have to go look at all the individual websites of all the airports separately.
Yeah, the though I think just in the very short term, the new storm that's rolling in is, I think, likely to continue to keep aircraft on the ground, and that's actually a good thing. Not just for keeping the civilian stuff on the ground. This is also affecting the military. So I'm certain that this is going to somewhat restrict their air operations as well, and potentially to create more opportunities for operational failures. Just simply, they're fighting the weather as well as the Ukrainians at this point.
Yeah, plus they're taking in a lot more traffic. Well, not a lot more, but they're taking in traffic from Iran on incoming,
Oh
so they have to
yes,
leave some slots open.
there was some footage apparently of Iranian the wives and families of Iranian leadership getting out of planes in Moscow, one of the airports around Moscow.
Yeah, and I would, I think that ought to be encouraged to have the Iranian wives and children and all that, and the Russian children and wives and families all told they need to go home from every country in which they're in. Right? If you've
That
generated a huge shitstorm mess in the country that you hold a passport for, you ought to be forced to go live there.
100%. Yeah. So, but the main thing that I'm seeing with this, with what's happening in Iran right now, short term, is that this is significantly going to affect the flow of resources and materials that has been going into Russia. Right now, whatever they were getting from Iran, I suspect, is completely stopped, and the flow is actually having to move in the other direction. Has been moving in the other direction.
Yeah,
Which,
so we know that Iran flew a few cargo planes up to Russia about a week ago, and the speculation at the time was that they were moving like Rosguardia material down to help them equip themselves to deal with growing unrest. And then there's been some speculation about whether or not they've definitely been moving some humans that way, but whether or not they were also moving some gold reserves out of the
yeah.
country. But I don't know if they were sending them to Dubai or to Russia.
If I were Iranian, I would send them to Dubai. I wouldn't send them to Russia.
Would you though? Would you though? Those are actual Arabs and not Persians.
Yeah, I know that there's a lot of friction between the two ethnicities, but there are ways in which right now, considering the kind of financial exigency that Moscow is dealing with right now, I wouldn't trust them around my gold.
No, no, and in fact, maybe they'll end up they going to Qatar instead of the UAE.
Yeah, there's a larger Shia population in Qatar, and so they would be somewhat less alien. There's a large Shia population in Iraq, but I'm almost
They're
100%
definitely
certain
not sending it there. They
they are
send it to
definitely
Saudi
not.
Arabia first.
No, they will not get a warm welcome there either. So, but as you know, I digress. But the key thing is that there is a significant amount of support that Russia has been getting, which is now going to be absent for the foreseeable future. Because as long as this disruption occurs, even if it ultimately fails, this is going to be a very difficult time in terms of any sort of external assistance that Russia has been getting through that route. And it is unlikely to come back anytime soon
Yeah,
because,
totally agree with that. And we talked about this extensively yesterday with another Alex Ferguson, some others,
uh-huh,
and what my summary of what it's going to do is I don't see any bad news here for Ukraine, but it's kind of a two-step process on whether or not how if it's neutral or good for Ukraine, and that is at a bare minimum we're going to see the stopping of the flow of parts and materials from Iran into Russia to
yeah,
assist its drone program. But the Garans have been made indigenously for a long time now. But I think they're providing a route for materials and componentry
yeah,
still as an evasion sanction evasion method, and they're definitely also capable of providing them with some petrochemicals and materials like perchlorates that go into explosives and accelerants. So, yeah, I think there's some big trade. So that's going to stop at a bare minimum. But I don't think that Ukraine should expect production of weaponry and stuff from Iran to continue like they have been doing and supply that to Ukraine. I don't really see that, and I don't see them providing warm, people volunteering in from Iran to go help in Ukraine
No.
either, which Alex seemed to think might happen. But he's got very relatively close ties to Iran, so he might be right, but I just don't see that. But I do see this being bad for Russia, which is inherently good for Ukraine.
Yeah, the I could one way in which I could see people from the region being open to the idea of going to assist Ukraine would be with the Azeri minority inside the country, where there already are Azeris who have been participating, as foreign fighters working for Ukraine already. So I could see some familiarity coming out of that people would be encouraged to I get best way I can put it is to say pick the right side.
Also Iran kind of turning on Russia opens the door for so many other countries that are in that central Asian states that have either been dominated by or compliant with Russia for a long time and recognize they've been screwed over. And if Iran turns on Russia, you could definitely see Kazakhstan and maybe Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan, maybe not Uzbekistan, but you can see these people wanting to get back at Russia in some ways. Shooting down their airplanes and closing the investigations and poo-pooing it and wanting to still use them as cheap labor. And I'll note that the ships that were taken by America, the Russian Shadow Fleet vessels, Russia negotiated to get its 2 people off of board, probably the FSB agents, but they left the Kazakhs and and other people the Uzbeks and Kazakhs on board. They didn't even try to save the rest of the crew of that vessel, and they're still in custody of the Americans, and that just will further let a supposed ally of Ukraine, Kazakhstan, of Russia, a friendly country with Russia. I won't call it an ally, but
I wouldn't necessarily call it friendly either.
Well, I wouldn't either. And then they killed a Syrian on board the grain vessel that they attacked with drones yesterday too. Russia did. So they're not making friends around the world. And the Azeris and like if they're related at all to the Azerbaijanis would be quite useful in basically just adding more threats to Russia and uncertainty to Russia because it's just running out of friends.
Yeah, the Azeris understand drone warfare anyway. But once again, we're digressing. Was there? I recall. Did I see today that there was another tanker hit by a drone in the Black Sea? Or
yes, there was. Yes, there was yesterday. And the thing about it is that it looks like the SBU, but they're not even bothering to report on them themselves anymore because I think you're just supposed to read between the lines that that the ship owner operators will report that they've been attacked by a sea drone and an air drone and had to go into port or calling for help. You have to go into port. Nobody I know operates sea and air drones collectively other than the SBU. So it kind of is its own signature.
Russia is trying to develop some of their own. I do recall seeing that, but
Oh,
This,
they've got a marine drone. They took one all the way up the river there at the Danube and blew up a, a, a technically a Navy vessel of Ukraine, but it was essentially a non-functioning signals vessel or something. Um, so they have their own prototypes, if you will, but they haven't perfected them the way Ukraine has, and I don't think they have sea drones that carry air bomber drones and
yeah,
air first person drones
no.
that they launch from the sea drone.
No, the Russians have not gotten that far with the innovation, and I don't think they've got necessarily the necessary creative resources to be able to do anything other than emulate some of the advances that the Ukrainians are making now. That tanker was heading for Novorossiysk. Do you think they've gotten some of the terminals functional again? Is that what we're seeing
Well,
here?
so yeah, definitely they do. Um, I don't know about Tuapsa though, but Novorossiysk, they didn't knock out all the capacity to load ships there in the first place, but um, and the CPC submerged single point mooring is still out of service, but I think they're able to load across the pier as they have been doing before. The piers that they also hit, but I think they've got the pier back in service.
Yeah, they would definitely. It would be in their best interest to try to push that and get that repaired as quickly as possible for a whole host of reasons. That tells me that we could probably expect to see another strike in Novorossiysk in the relatively near future. Um, but yeah, so the combination of stuff I haven't seen. I saw that I saw the thing in the nest that we had about the tank farm Volgograd apparently was hit. Uh, and I thought I saw something about Voronezh as well.
Voronezh,
Yeah,
yes, they the all the strikes that you see around Voronezh are an attack that circled and tried to attack the Baltimore Air Force Base that's just south of the city from multiple angles, because they've backed up and started using Baltimore as a launch point for jets and things. As they've moved away from the front line air bases, like Milarova they don't land planes there anymore. It's strictly drones. So as they backed up, they used this base, and it's been struck at before, but this looked like a pretty comprehensive effort to try to get it with drones from both directions. Russia EW'd quite a lot of they used quite a lot of EW in the area, and that, by the looks of the videos that we see, is the cause of those FP1 drones from drifting slowly and taking a very, very, very shallow glide path and going into buildings
yeah.
inside the city of Voronezh. There's no indication that I know that they were attacking buildings with civilian population on purpose, but some civilian population got hit because very tall, large apartment buildings were in the path around the outside of that
There's
base, and yeah, long drift away, long slow. When these things go to attack, of course, you've seen them. They fly in at a height that allows them to dive like a 45-degree angle directly on the
yeah.
target, so they get the best kinetic damage in addition to the warhead they carry, which is not huge. But that's not how they hit these apartment buildings. They flew in, right into the sides and corners of them in a couple of instances, and one crashed on the ground. But this is acceptable collateral damage. There's a big difference between flying a whole bunch of Shaheeds into the apartment buildings in downtown Kyiv and some overshoots
Well,
and EW affected drones that have drifted into areas and caused some damage. But Baltimore Air Base was the original target for Voronezh area,
there's
and
no.
also some more attacks in Crimea.
Yeah, there's absolutely no upside for Ukraine wasting drones on civilian targets. Uh, they
Yes,
don't.
too true.
The drones are. It's have far more value hitting either economic targets or military targets than they do have any sort of really civilian infrastructure, with the exception of rail and power.
Well, so there's dual use stuff like that,
Yeah,
but the focusing on civilian targets exclusively has been something that we've noted since the beginning of the war, and I with you and Chuck and others have noted how counterproductive it is to your actual overall war effort, because you simply don't bomb a population that you're invading into submission. It just doesn't work. It never has.
yeah, yeah. I could go into stories about what happened to German military production during World War II, in some ways, but
Every time
we'll
it's
leave
ever
that
been
for
tried.
another time.
Yeah, fair enough. But the targets that targeting the railway infrastructure and targeting the uh, electrical power infrastructure is technically fair game, provided you try to minimize the civilian casualties and minimize the overall effect on civilian life and sustainability, and that is exactly what Russia's not doing in their attacks either. There's plenty of evidence that they're literally just doing terror attacks, even when they attack things which might be considered civilian military might be considered militarily significant strategic targets. Uh, they their wanton level of destruction around those things is it goes beyond the pale, and you also don't see Ukraine doing that at all. But I absolutely, positively, can both justify within the rules of armed conflict, causing blackout Sunday all over the western part of Russia as a demonstration to Russia uh, to provide for a ceasefire. Say
Yeah,
that we can now do this, and we will be doing it regularly on you unless you agree to a ceasefire or to stop attack, whatever they come up with that they want to ask for. But I like this revision that Dryfly's just produced. And I'd like to adopt that after 18 months of calling for Blackout Sunday. The ultimatum issued afterward should definitely be uh, now, do you agree to a ceasefire
yeah,
unconditionally? Yeah.
yeah. We'll give you a chance to choose ceasefire this time. We're not certain how long this offer is going to stay on the table.
Yeah, and Ukraine agreed to it on the 11th of March, so that's really what's important. So I poo-pooed them the other day, Smokey, but both Britain and France have gone home from their discussions about placing troops in Ukraine once peace breaks out. But both have taken the next steps, with Macron having closed door discussions with his parliament about the provision of 10,000 soldiers to
Yep.
Ukraine as part of the security guarantee. And the UK has announced an investment of 270 million US dollars worth of training for troops so that they can deploy in Ukraine. Their contingent, I would guess, is probably also between 5 and 10,000 troops, which means they're going to have to recruit some folks in Britain.
Yeah, what they'll be able to do is provide a tripwire. They won't really be in a position to provide any sort of substantial resistance if the Russians decided to be frisky. But that's
Well, they
exactly.
could a tripwire and a significant bloody nose, but yeah,
Yeah.
no indication that they could hold back
Well,
the tide.
well, one of the major threat from peacekeepers, particularly Brits and French, is the fact that those troops on the ground will have radios, and those radios will be able to connect them very rapidly to NATO air assets, which is an entirely different story as far as the Russians are concerned, and will stop things on the ground and in the air if the Russians try to do something. So that's
Yeah,
really.
that's a really good point, because 5,000 troops on the ground with the mandatory force protection measures that either France or Britain or Australia or America or whoever would do would be a bigger force multiplier than the number they have on the ground for sure.
Yeah, because in fact it's it's the line in the back of the cave, that well, there's a joke that goes with that, but the key thing is that there is no way that a French commander on the ground or theater commander is going to let some French commander on the ground call in and say, I'm in trouble, and not send a bunch of Rafales off with hammers looking for things to pound with them. Nor are they likely to let any kind of Russian aircraft have a free rein, and quite likely will suddenly be doing everything they can to sweep drones out of the air as well. So and that's probably one of the reasons, even more than just simply the troops in the ground, is I'm sure that Moscow is objecting to the peacekeepers' presence there, because they know that's just the nose of the animal that's gotten into the tent, and that there's a lot more that can come in if the situations call for it.
Yeah. You're dead right. So while I was making fun of those guys from, well, great, you're going to send people when peace breaks out, and then immediately saying, but we'll have to get it approved by our parliaments. Is no, of course they do, but saying that almost sounded like they were walking it back at first. But they're taking concrete steps just within days to actually move that forward. So I'll applaud it, with the reservation that I think they ought to just send them in now, because
Yeah.
Russia's already objected to them serving as peacekeepers anywhere, even in occupied areas and inside unoccupied Ukraine. They basically said they're viable targets for us if you place them there. So Russia's already at war with you. You might as well just engage in a non-combat way with Ukraine in
Yep.
the preparation for what you're definitely going to do. Be at if we don't arm Ukraine to be able to knock them out themselves. Dryfly.
Yeah, I mean, what's your thing? I mean, what's your thought, having now looked at that proposal? Do you think there's any way in hell that Putin can accept any of it? I would say he can't.
No chance.
Oh no,
Zero chance.
no,
Yeah. So the French
no.
and the French and the Germans are pretty safe, saying, "Fuck yeah, we'll put our parliament in Ukraine," because there's zero chance
Exactly.
that the Russians are going to be able to do anything about it. Really.
No.
Yeah, we're going to send 10,000 guys with their unaccompanied minors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
A family location. It's a family rotation, Smokey.
yeah. There we go. But yeah, there is absolutely. It will be a cold day in hell before Putin agrees to anything that has any sort of external troops other than Russian inside of Ukraine as peacekeepers.
Yeah,
So,
and there were 6 major points of that 20-point plan, which were straight up poison pills for for Russia. So yeah, I'd say here's my next prediction: is not only will Russia not accept it, they won't even acknowledge its arrival. And I think we have one more week to go, because Trump's, it was vaguish. We'll just see in a few weeks. Well, a few weeks means 3 to me. A couple means 2, few means 3. So in something like 3 weeks, we should expect a response from Putin on all the work that was wasted and put in by the Ukrainians and Americans. So but I don't even think he'll respond. They're just hoping we forget about the date and move on to whatever's next. But I expect it'll just be a quiet refusal by Russia.
yeah, 100%. It speaks again to a couple of things. The one is just simply in terms of Russia's overall geopolitical security. This is an existential fight for Russia, especially for any part of it that continues to have aspirations of empire, which is part of what's driving this. As well as there's two things powering it in some ways. There's the will to power, plus there's just the absolutely pathological greed that the acquisitiveness of the oligarchs, who are in some ways the same in many other countries. It's just that we tend to have more rules elsewhere. And being tossed off a board generally doesn't mean getting tossed out a window in the West. So it and Russia trying to reestablish an empire. There are certain boundaries. There are certain parts as a land-based power, as a continental power. There are certain parts of the geography that they have to secure. And Ukraine is one of those pieces, basically all the way out to the Carpathians. And then there's also just simply, securing the boundaries in what is now Western Poland. The areas around that lead up to and surround the Fulda Gap, and of course the Baltics. On the other part, back on the other side, they've also got the problems trying to secure their territories with China, which are also vulnerable. But the problem that the Russians have, in spite of their desire to do this and the delusions that they can, with a collapsing population and with nothing like the kind of technological, intellectual, and monetary resources that they had after World War II, it's just absolutely insanity for them to be trying to do this. They should have adapted Western values and actually seriously considered becoming an active part of NATO back with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Actually embrace democracy, but it takes a long time for a zebra to change its stripes. And I don't think that the Russians culturally have gotten to that point yet that they could do that. And so they're chafing. They have the whole thing going on where they've got the sense of cultural supremacy, which is a driving force behind their genocide. And they also have, just as I said, just the need to expand the control that they have, and without that, they're not willing to be one among equals. They have to be the one in charge.
Yeah, you're dead right. Okay, so moving on, some sort of verbal fart thing came out of a guy named Trump's mouth, which I'll just skip over, and go right on to Firepoint, the company that makes the FP1 and FP2 that we've just been talking about, making it all the way to Voronezh and places in Donetsk, has announced that it's invested $100 million worth of investment in FP7 and FP9. These are the ballistic missiles, and given that the Sapsan is just being produced by Ukroboronprom and is said to be entering serialization, much like the Luti 139, I expect that looks a lot like the FP1. I would suggest that either the FP7 or the FP9 ballistics that they're working on are probably analogs of the Sapsan, which we're still waiting to see it make its debut, but they should have at least a handful in available by now.
I gotta be thinking that Ukraine is just holding their powder with some of this stuff.
So they say they're testing them, right? They invested all this money not a while back. They're not saying they're doing it now. They say it has been done, and that they are producing FP7, FP9, and FP7s, and that they're currently being tested. Now, maybe FP7 and 9 can be serialized by by Firepoint alongside of what's being produced in the Sapsan factory, that maybe you're right. Maybe they're waiting until they get a real body of them together, or the capability to follow up on what wouldn't be a threat, right? If you did a major ballistic drone cruise missile strike on Russia and said, okay, we've now got this capability to, what do you think about a ceasefire? If you've got, that's not on the table forever. And if you continue striking us, you can plan on us being able to continue. You'd want to be able to follow up like they have. But think of how surprised, well, I have been, maybe you too, that once the strategic drone effort started in earnest from Ukraine in August of this year, they've been able to have basically no day go by when there weren't targets struck inside Russia, and the
Yeah,
tempo has really surprised me.
yeah, it's continuous, and that was when it first started happening last summer. It would be, every few days we would be pleased to hear about, oh wow, and then they started actually having successful strikes in the refineries, and it was shortly after
And
that
then they had those at a rate of every other day at a minimum.
yeah, but now it's we're hearing daily about strikes everywhere, and on almost daily about some energy infrastructure being hit. So it's
This depot in Volgograd in particular, Zhutovskaya.
yeah. Now, what is they've been hitting those facilities previously, and I'm wondering if, because of the refinery strikes, whether they're going back to hitting those storage depots because hitting them now has a disproportionate effect. Am I following the right line of thinking, you think, with that?
Let's see. I think that as they've been hitting the refineries, they're then striking on strategically placed depots that are going to have military value to them, and continuing to repeatedly strike the refineries, which are of both military use and will, and be significant for reduction in civilian fuel. I don't know about this Zhukovskaya terminal or the depot here, that its significance is in the system, but it's not that far from the refinery that's been repeatedly struck.
Yeah, I'd look at where that oil was supposed to be, or refined products were supposed to be going next. And I think if we knew that, we may likely find that they are going to facilities or power plants or whatnot that were providing power for military production of one sort or another. What's happening in Volgograd, that's pretty clear that's going to directly affect fuel supplies heading down to the military on the front line. The other stuff, I'm thinking that it really does have to do. It's selective. There's targets of opportunity as well. There's a certain amount where the Ukrainians may just simply be throwing something at someplace random, just simply to make the Russians react. That would be something that I would think of doing. So I'm certainly that the Ukrainian high command, being a lot smarter than I am, will probably have already thought of stuff like that. Hitting places that are then critical to keeping the machinery of military production going, that would be one of the other things that I'd be looking at, even more than disrupting civilian infrastructure. And also the other thing also that comes to mind is, where is fuel for those power plants? Is this affecting their fueling of the power system for keeping their rail running?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I think the previous strikes we've seen on oil distribution and transmission areas have been like the mixing depot that was way out in Ufa the other, a couple of
Uh-huh.
weeks ago. The things that are on pipelines are they're basically very wide spots in the pipeline where they've got a depot set up there that they can sort and mix and handle products out of there, and then the pipeline also goes through and goes on onto the way. So they don't have a refinery in that area. They've got a mixing a depot that is able to take in packets uh, of fuel down pipelines. And I know you're thinking, gee, can't you move different fuels down the same pipeline? You absolutely can, and we
Yeah.
do it all the time in the oil industry. So that's how they run that one. I don't know if this Zhutovskaya one is like that, but it might be that. But the key, as you said, is there was a rash of refinery strikes, and then they moved on into pipeline strikes, oil transmission terminals, which has been really important, and these secondary storage and transfer locations and pumping stations to slow the whole thing down, as well as in December, just in December alone, they had 4 different strikes on offshore oil and gas platforms,
Yeah.
which that's really going after the whole supply chain from well site all the way to shipment and after refineries. It's a comprehensive program, and as long as they keep at it, along with the other things they're doing, they should keep the revenue flow of Russia down at a suppressed level, and not have the cash to fight the war.
Yeah. And when you've already got probably close to 60% of Russian production west of the Urals knocked out, it makes sense to take a certain amount of time to assess, the effect on the targets and to look for other critical points of failure that they can actually lean on and put pressure on. But I'm sure that we're going to see strikes pick up again at some of the refineries after Ukraine's gone through whatever their cycle is of, hitting something, evaluating the effect, and picking the next on the list, and then knocking things off. But thinking about missiles and things like that, uh, Russia keeps on talking about these Oreshniks, and it seems to be some sort of swamp bogey that they want to pick up and shake at the rest of the world, say, "Ooh, see this, be scared." And frankly, I'm really not impressed. The strike that the Russians had, that only one of the warheads apparently fell within the 60-kilometer square area that they use as the gas storage supply area that the Ukrainians had. Am I wrong? Is that bad information that I'm thinking of?
I agree that that it isn't operating as a regular MIRV. It's simply a demonstration that we've got intermediate range ballistic missiles, which we all knew, and we put some old spare parts out of the shop and some reinforced concrete blocks and shit in place of where the MIRVs should be. And and it ends up putting on a light show close to the ground. Now, maybe they weren't after this three gas storage facility. Maybe they weren't. It did hit. It hit in what looks like a light industrial area, and it may have hit a manufacturer of something or other. But boy, they sure make. The rods of God put on a great show, and they put in, as we saw down in Dnipro, a nice 6 2-meter craters in the ground, but beyond that,
Yeah,
they didn't do much damage.
they proved, well, we've got these intermediate range ballistic missiles with MIRV warheads that are inaccurate. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, because if they were truly the MIRV, the nuclear warheads that it's designed to, those detach just before apogee and are independently targetable so that they land, 30, 20, 30 kilometers away from each other,
right.
because they're carrying nuclear weapons. And so
Well,
you don't have to be that accurate. But I think this thing has a CEP of something like 450 meters. So
at
uh,
least.
yeah, and that's, great if you're packing a nuke, but if you're just carrying, some old fucking spare parts out of a scrapyard, maybe some rebar or something, I don't know.
It's not. The thing
It's
is,
not going to do much kinetic damage.
it's not even that great as a nuke against a hard target. But that's another digression. Um,
Oh,
the
but they wouldn't be using nukes on hard targets. Intermediate range ballistic missiles are used to saturate over troop concentrations. And, well, Russia would definitely use them on
Yeah,
cities if
yeah.
they could get away with it.
Well, the thing is that they're also hellaciously expensive compared to the other ordnance that they're
33 million bucks. That
right.
little light show was 33 million bucks.
Yeah. So, and this is with a Russian economy that is, dealing with having serious problems. So, I'm kind of at a loss at how they think. If you just simply take a couple moments just to think about just the supply chain and everything else around this, is that it really does make it far more of just simply this attempt at a demonstration. How much that, what do you think about that really wasn't intended to have any sort of influence on Ukraine, and it was really intended for internal consumption in Russia?
I think it had two audiences. I think the audiences were America, Britain, and internally a demonstration that we've got this power, and we said we'll use it. And we do what we say. But based on the propaganda coming out of Russia at the time, when they launched it, it was to warn off America from boarding its vessels, and to threaten Britain, who helped America board those vessels, that we can do this, and here's the demonstration, just 60 kilometers from Poland. And but the problem is, they did it on a news day that was just saturated with Venezuela news and Iranian news and all this sort of stuff. And did you see how little press it got? They didn't mention it till
True.
yesterday in the evening briefing here in Australia, and it didn't make it's like 17 minutes into the broadcast before they put it on. So it got coverage like on the websites and stuff, but there's nobody talking about Russia made an actual realized nuclear threat by launching a missile at Ukraine to demonstrate that they can deliver nuclear weapons. I mean, nobody said it in that way. It's just, they used this hypersonic missile because that's the trendy way to say it. Of course, a ballistic missile is hypersonic. They always are, because they're coming in at about 10 to 15
That's
times the speed of sound, because they're ballistic missiles. So it
yeah.
doesn't make but so I didn't see any hyperventilating, and that's what Russia would have been going for. They
Yeah.
wanted you to be on the phone, quivering, talking to your leaders about save me, give up Ukraine, Smokey, and it didn't happen, and it didn't get virtually any coverage down here either. So I'd say it's a $33 million waste, and I will note that when we looked at this situation of the first RS-26 use Rubezh missile that they've renamed the Oreshnik, and said they put this specialized warhead in it. Well, a specialized warhead looks to be the rods of God is what you got, folks. That we've seen two demonstrations, and that's what's in them. And remember, at the time we were talking about Dnipro, the estimate was they probably only had a handful of these things. And we know that the SBU has knocked one of them out in Astrakhan in a storage facility. So they gave one, I guess, to Belarus. They might have two or three left. Who knows? But I don't think we should. If anybody reacts to this, I'd love to see the world leaders say, I'll tell you what, we'll comment after you've done 10 of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what, you're gonna throw hypersonic rocks at us? Right.
Or we're going to pick a target that you have to hit, right? An old disused military base someplace in Ukraine, or something like that, and say, if you can hit this, maybe we'll discuss being scared.
Right. Not even then. Hey, we've been going on riffing for a while. Do we have a news summary?
Buddy, I've been going through it. I've been picking the eyes out of it as we've been talking.
Okay.
We started this accidentally last weekend, and it worked fine. So I'm just doing the same thing.
Yep.
I'll pull on the lead if we get close to mockers showing up and aren't through it all. But I think we're going to get there. So 3 strikes to talk to you about in the occupied areas that Ukraine has hit just recently, including in Zaporizhia. They knocked out the UAV storage facility for the 19th Motor Rifle Division. I don't have any photos or video. They hit a UAV command and control point in the Pokrovsk area, and I think we have seen video of that, but I haven't tied the two together. But there's a very nice hammer strike, MiG-29s dropping AASM 250 hammer missiles on a building that looks like a UAV control point. So maybe I'll say that's what it was.
The MiG-29 jockeys are getting very good at that.
They are indeed. And how did you? I think I'm not sure if we talked about this, but the remainder of the MiG-29s that Poland's going to hand over to them are already configured to carry the NATO weapons.
Yeah.
So all they need to do is have bums for seats, which is nice. And they are getting very good. The UPMK, the glide bombs produced by Russia that have been knocked up ad hoc during this war, don't produce the precision level of strikes that either the JDAM ER or the Hammer do. They're not flying those right in the window where the guys are.
Well, the Ukrainians have been figuring out ways to mess with their guidance also.
Too true, and I don't know that Russia's used that on the hammers because I don't think they know when they're coming. I think the manner in which they're launching them doesn't allow for Russia to have a response time to be able to, and they're not carrying the jamming equipment everywhere. So it would be I think it would be unreasonable for Russia to be able to knock out all those. Last of the strikes in Donetsk includes concentration of the 76th Air Assault Division, Kurakiva, a command and observation point post for a unit from the Hirnik Tank Battalion and the command post of the 41st Army from Hirnik. The 76th Air Assault Division, these are the guys that got smashed when they showed up with their armor and kind of pushed everybody out of the way and said, "Here, we're here to sort these Ukrainians out." This is the 76th VDV, and remember the biggest biggest ambush on a column of tanks and armored fighting vehicles in the whole month of December was that 76th VDV knockout, and so they've also gotten them back together for another one and hit it when they concentrated. Smokey.
Yeah, the strike in December took out a battalion's worth of armored vehicles, which at this stage in the war is going to be really painful for the Russians to deal with. They're not going to be able to pull concentrations of equipment like that together that many more times.
No,
considering the losses.
But it does mean that the new whipping boy is no longer the 155th Naval Infantry or the 810th. They've moved on to the 76th, and they'll probably follow them around until that unit's annihilated.
Well, 155th was getting its ass handed to itself north of Pokrovsk as well.
I think they're done.
I think they are too. Yeah, they were getting all of the entire Russian Marine Corps was being slaughtered up near Mirovad north of that in that North Pincher, and
Yeah,
they
and
just got
remember, this is the remainder, right? Because
yeah
these are the guys that had just been sorted out in north of Sumy in the eight, along with the 810th, and Russia took all those broken units up and put them down in the Pokrovsk area, and essentially finished their annihilation.
yeah. The Russian Marine Corps now pretty much is composed of a few survivors combined with a bunch of conscripts who've been tricked into signing contracts, out of a sense of patriotism, and they've just been cycling through them, and so they're nothing like they've got really left in terms of reputation is their name,
Right.
because they're
Yeah, the 76 VDV would be, I'll bet there aren't, for all the places that they've had been taken out, there's probably less than 10% of the original 76 VDV that tried to
yeah
land in Hostomel.
yeah
There's probably only that number left.
yeah. I can't imagine Russia has much left in the way of effective special forces, and any units, any formations that they've actually put into play in Ukraine have been pretty much been torn to pieces, and what you've got basically is just remnants. A small unit that has managed to retain some cohesion here and there, and which are probably being generally preserved at this point. So the ones that have the names, that they're really not going to be much different than any of the other meat wave, motor rifle divisions that they've got out there, that they're still sending out these people into exposed positions using infiltration tactics, or the occasional, attempt to, mount some sort of maneuver action, which then proceeds to get gleefully pounced on by a combination of Ukrainian artillery, aircraft, and drones. Um, so there was something that I had questions about this morning, and when I was looking at it, I saw something which was somebody saying that the Ukrainians had gotten Russians to surrender en masse in Kupiansk. And
Yeah,
I haven't,
could be honest. They said they had more than 100, and they had video of it, but I haven't seen confirmation of location or the actual numbers.
yeah, that's what I'm looking at, and I'm also looking at the deep state map, and it's still there were three isolated groups that still inside of the city, and it's basically there's like uh, about a half a square block, and then there's two other sections that were maybe two or three city blocks, which are where the survivors of the units that actually got into the city were being concentrated, and so
And it wouldn't surprise me. So why I don't know if it's true, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did do a surrender, because of course we did see geolocated a hiding point for them in the hospital in that area absolutely get laid out by JDAMs.
there wouldn't be
Uh,
much left there, even if they're
so
still
yeah, so
holding it.
that's the sort of thing that would trigger the remainder of the guys to think they absolutely know where we're at and we're going to die. It might be time to surrender.
Well, this is where the advantage of cold weather comes in, um, because they're in a position now where they can't really get supply with the weather being socked in. They're not going to be able to get supplied by air either. Uh, more likely than not,
Yeah,
and
they're done.
yeah. So they're I would be really surprised if they were effective, and we may see them. We may either find that they have surrendered at the end of the storms that we've got coming in. We may find that they've either surrendered or turned into corpsicles. Um,
Yep. So Zelensky has had his first sit-down meeting, of which we have photos, of course, with a guy who's kept pretty quiet and in the background. But Yevgeny Kamara is the new head of the SBU, and he comes out of uh, uh, SBU Alpha. So he moves up from there. And I don't know if you've seen this guy, but if you thought if you thought that oh,
Budna.
Yarmalik was a big guy, this guy looks like he's eaten. I mean, and I mean, he's not no tubby. You know, Maliuk was a little bit Pillsbury Doughboy. This guy looks like he's hard as a coffin nail, and he's absolutely huge. But he looks like a real pleasant. He looks like a pleasant, soft-spoken guy. But I mean, holy shit, they grow him big in the SBU in in that area. Um, and he's had his first meeting with Yevgeny Kamara. Zelensky has, and they've talked through the previous and past operations that are underway. If he's coming from SBU Alpha, that was doing most of that work, or most of the highly complicated stuff, heading up the entire SBU to deal with the corruption and the other things that they participate in the internal security service, should be no problem. He comes from a combat role, and he noted in that meeting that in the last 4 years, and remember, they've only really developed these really hard long range capability in the last 2 years for any serious amount of it. SBU Alpha alone has knocked out an estimated $5 billion worth of Russian military equipment in the 4 years.
Wow. One unit. That's cost effective.
That's money well spent. So, folks, if you want to donate to one of our fundraisers that are up in the nest, you can do a lot worse than go help out that proactive fundraiser to help SBU Alpha, because your money goes to very, very good use in SBU. And look forward to seeing this, Yevgeny, again in the near future, because I heard and seen his name before, but he's had no profile, which is probably exactly like he liked it.
Yeah.
But I'll be looking forward to see Kamara in the future and the things that he says, because that's the thing that was good about Maliuk, is he gave a good interview.
Yeah, and there's a certain, he's moved up from being focused primarily on stuff that's operational, and now he has to play some of the political game. So part of what we'll see is how good he is at that. And when I say political, that he's going to be talking to people outside of Ukraine and presenting Ukraine's case for getting more assistance, for getting support, explaining things that are going on. And
some of the liaison and experimental testing, because
yeah,
Smokey, it will not surprise you that U.S. Special Forces and CIA operatives, as well as their analogs from Iran and North Korea and China and Russia, have all been involved in activities taking place, at least as observers, consultants, sort of thing, in Ukraine. There are plenty of special operators, not plenty, but and not a formal commitment there, but there is a liaison activity going on, and there's also, and I applaud this too, there's a lot of experimental technology being tried out there that I know that we see this every now and then. Boom, something will just show up, and people go, "What the hell was that? That looks like a dune buggy with a MLRS strapped to the back of it." Well, it kind of is. The Tempest system. We see a picture, a video of it actually firing, supposedly from Ukraine, and they didn't say. I guess they purposely didn't say what it was from, but it's this Tempest system that carries AGM's 114L longbow missiles.
yes,
So
yes.
it's I can't fault anybody. If I was making military technology, I would have it in Ukraine. I mean, I don't know why the Australians don't have the Hawkeye, as well as many more of the Bushmasters in service over there.
Yeah, the Tempest and the related devices, the chaparrals, which are light vehicles which carry a similar kind of missile payload. Chaparrals are more oriented towards ground to air. But the thing about the 114s, the missiles, is their dual use, is they can also use them at ground targets. They're also very effective at anti-armor. So anything, its meat is pretty much anything that comes within 8 kilometers of the launcher, and it's fast because the missile is quick. It's like Mach 1.5. So the idea that these things are starting to show up. They're also going to be easy to hide because it's not like you've got a large armored vehicle that's being put out into the field. So this is something that the Ukrainians are going to be able to distribute in the same way that they actually do most of this, keep most of their stuff well behind the front line.
Yeah. So if I mean, and everybody, you would think it just makes logical sense that if you've got a new weapon system and you want to try it out, Ukraine would be a very good place to try it out. So that not only can you verify its capability and tune what you thought it was going to be able to do to what it really can do, you also get then later on slap a combat tested sticker on the side of it for your trade shows.
Yeah. Well, thinking about it also just in terms of cost, because the 114, as I recall, is a Hellfire variant, or at least built from that platform, which means it's also significantly less expensive even than Shaheeds. So
oh yeah, definitely would be.
Yeah. So this is and it actually, that really strikes me. That's one of the really. This is another Shaheed killer on top of everything else. And
it is, but I don't think I'd waste them on Shaheeds. I mean, the Stings and the Octopus, the little parking lot bollard, hunter killer drones seem to be. And Britain said yesterday that they're now producing 1,000 of those a month. So
cool.
Yeah, I mean, so I assume they're going to do parallel manufacturing inside Ukraine, but the British part of that JV is going to 1,000 a month, and 33 of those available per day to shoot down Shaheeds. You could knock down a lot, along with the other things they've got going on. That's going to put a real dent in the Shahed attacks, and these AGM 114s. Just seem to be far more valuable to me in the ground surface to surface mode, but we'll see how they use them. They're not really expensive, but the Stings only cost a fraction of that value.
Yeah, so it amounts to more flexible capability being put into the hands of the Ukrainians, which is the main thing that we want to do at this juncture. And
yeah, I mean, it's kind of another, because it's like a Hellfire. Of course, it's like it launches like an MLRS, but then it is able to hunt down and go right down, like right in the window, right in the doorway.
Yeah,
it's like a Gimler's with an optical guidance system on it.
Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to see more brims. Thinking along those lines, I'd like to see more brimstones in the hands of the Ukrainians. But at the same time,
they're coming, because Britain also announced the other day the production of the gravestone and the two systems that they're providing to Ukraine, both of which have brimstone missiles in them.
Good, because those are almost drones in terms of, or almost intelligent, because of how they function on the battlefield. But
almost baby cruise missiles.
Yeah, baby cruise missiles. The challenge there though is we're seeing so little in the way of Russian armor now. It's like, what are we going to hit with it? So I'm figuring out how to apply those to non-vehicle targets.
I've got some suggestions, starting with drone pilot hideouts.
Yeah, and so there we go. But missiles that can be launched in packs and then coordinate how they approach a target. Yeah, I definitely like that idea.
Indeed. Now, up next in the news summary, see, I told you we're working through it. this hasn't been totally confirmed, but it does look like it in the little scant video that we have. That when they fired the S-300, S-400s, and missiles toward Kharkiv yesterday, it appears that they've actually shot down one of these ballistic missiles. Which, if they've done it, a ballistic missile being shot down over Kharkiv would be the very first one ever done, and this suggests that they've that those systems work now well, and they can find, track, and kill a missile that has a flight time of like 4.5 to 7 minutes, depending on where they fire them from. So that would be an amazing development if they're able to shoot down S-300, S-400 missiles.
I read something about that they'd been able to hit a missile, and I was thinking, what's remarkable about this? Because they've actually taken ballistic missiles down previously, but you put it in context, which is that
it's very low in the air. It's not a stratospheric kill, which is what you normally see with a Patriot or something.
Yeah.
It's a ballistic missile when it's on close approach, because it's a very flat trajectory.
Yeah, and they're moving it at in excess of Mach 2 is the other thing, like 2.5, almost Mach 3, if I remember correctly.
You do.
So, so that, being able to have it, it's not just the fact that they could track it and hit it. It's also the other thing also it speaks to is operational awareness, is that they've got.
Yeah, I mean, that you could say something's coming and have less than 2 minutes to set up and get ready, point it in the right direction, get it all in guidance mode, find it, kill it, and that amazing bit of work if they did it. If that's actually works out to be true. Yeah, and would have to be with one of these newer, smaller systems that you can do that with, right? You couldn't set up an Iris-T or a Patriot to be able to do that. It has to be one of these smaller Frank and Sammy or design systems. Maybe even like this system we just talked about.
I'm pretty sure that it's a part of a larger integrated air defense system. That what this is telling me that the Ukrainians' air defense system, their whole operation is evolving and becoming more coherent. So that they have better coverage, they're having better situational awareness, better ability to respond quickly to incoming threats than they have been. And the other thing also is that after it having dropped off for a while earlier this year, or last year, I'm remembering that the kill rate for drones and missiles that Ukraine was tallying had dropped off. It had dropped off to maybe 60 to 65%, but it's now consistently running back up over 85 to 90% of the incoming.
Yes, on the days where they fire a lot of them deep into the country, where they've started using the difference being that they got better at targeting the Gorans so that they would pack up and group up at a high altitude and then drop down to complicate things, mix them with ballistics and cruise missiles, but as they started moving them, using those closer to the front, the percentage still, it isn't 90%, but it literally, when they do these big attacks with Shahed and grounds all over the country, now it is typical to see a day that is at or, close to 90% for the drones. And the missiles got better, and then they got worse, and now it looks like they might be getting better again. And more importantly, not that they all get shot down, but with being able to spoof these ballistics, they're falling off target.
Yeah. So that anything that forces an increase in CEP is going to be helpful. And now, unfortunately, it may not be helpful for some of the people who are in the immediate vicinity, which is yet another reason why to make sure that you find someplace that's secure to hide in when there is an air alert. Particularly if you live anywhere close to what looks like it could be a potentially high value target. like a power plant or something like that.
Well, or apartment building. Yeah.
Well,
If I'd be worried about CEP expansion if I was a Russian, but it's just adding a little bit more randomness to the threat on Ukrainian side.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of, in particular the drones. There's an awful lot of the drones that are really being targeted directly at civilian structures. So yeah, so that's moot. But yeah, anything where it is, they're looking at trying to hit something that actually is legitimate, like a power plant, a thermal plant, oil refinery, port facility, stuff like that. Anything that improves that CEP, so they are not able to hit the intended primary target. I think that's a good thing, because that also means that they're going for higher value targets. They're also going to be tending to use higher value assets. And any time that you can force Russia to waste money with a high value asset is going to be a good thing.
Yeah, and I get, so if this is correct, and they're able to replicate it, it's gonna bring a measurable amount of relief to Sumy and Kharkiv particularly, but also Zaporizhia, which is where Russia regularly or periodically uses its S-300, S-400 air defense missiles in ground targeting mode, very indiscriminate, not readily a huge CEP already. And only have a very few number of minutes of flight time because they're they fire them in a very flat trajectory specifically, so there's very little early warning. If they're able to detect and interdict those, that would be very impressive. Very impressive to me, and bring a lot of relief to, not a lot, but a significant amount of relief to Sumy and Kharkiv. But I still think we've got to get back to hunting and killing those launchers.
Yeah, 100%.
So yeah, but we need to see the fielding of the Sapsan, and we need to see a nice integrated capability of use with fast drones, slow drones, cruise missiles, and ballistics by Ukraine in complex attacks on Russia, so we can really see how poorly or how much their air defense system is degraded and how much inherent weakness it has in it anyway, because I think there's a bit of both in there, and the time is ripe.
Yep.
Right, so here we go. The video is up in the nest. 500,000 Russians are left without electricity for a second day in a row. Also, no heat and no water due to the attack in the Volgograd region. The governor's message up there on video is out saying, basically fend for yourself.
So we have 100%. We have 100% lights out at Belgorod.
Oh yeah, so so the Belgorod and the Oriole power plants were hit 2 days ago, and we watched the strike and the lights go out in Belgorod, and those lights haven't come back on yet, and it's 2 days later.
Wow!
But the governor's put out a video saying, fend for yourself.
Yeah, it's every Russian for themselves. And
God, so there's that. Thoughts and prayers, baby. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, every Russian for themselves. Ukrainians take the hindmost. Maybe.
Right. So, I'll be watching. I don't think it is the comparison I'd like to make. Belgorod isn't Kyiv, but I'd like to see a real comparison of how long it takes power to get restored from that strike in Belgorod, because DTEC is just doing a Herculean effort in getting things back on.
Belgorod does compare favorably to Kharkiv, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, so and the lights are still on in Kharkiv. They haven't been able to keep them off.
Yes, they have.
And there's only 60,000 Ukrainians. Only, unfortunately, shouldn't be any. But comparatively, you've got 10 times more Russians that are without power than Ukrainians, with a considerably larger expenditure of resources on the part of the Russians to try to do that.
Yeah, correct. Even if you take out the $33 million Oreshnik, you're still talking about all of the Kinzhals, all of the Iskanders, the S-200, S-3, 400 complexes, and all the drones. Ukraine wouldn't have spent as much as just the money that Russia spent on the drones.
Yeah, I think I tallied up that each of the large strikes runs somewhere north of $100 million in terms of cost for the Russians to be able to launch it. And so we can actually, it's going to come soon. We're going to be able to start predicting how often they're going to be able to strike based on economics and how much that they're able to bring into the country in terms of components to actually build this stuff. They were claiming
You're dead right. If Iran was a significant pipeline for them of componentry to go into their garage, or raw materials of other sort to go into those things, we should see a drop. And I do note that the garage on the big strike the other day in Kiev had manufacturing dates less than a month prior.
Yeah, Russia has been saying that they are ramping their production up to 400 shaheeds and Garans a day. I'm
Yep,
dubious.
and we know that the FP2 and FP1s are being produced by Firepoint at 200 a day.
Yeah, so that said, I'm actually kind of skeptical of the Russian numbers in this.
Well, I think we just plan on the basis of the number they provide us and go for overkill.
Yeah, and the other thing also I have to keep in mind that they're also using a lot more shaheeds against targets in the front line or near the front line, which is not something.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, in the last year, particularly in the last year, Russia has started using a significant portion or a large portion of Garans closer to, as actual what they were designed for. Well, actually, another Alex Ferguson said essentially the Shaheeds are basically designed just to be terror weapons, but when used close to the front, the shoot down rate gets lower because the air defense isn't that forward loaded, and we don't hear about the damage they're doing because it essentially damage that you see from the front might be glide bombs or it might be Garans, but I don't think they're any more effective used at the front line than they are in the cities.
Yeah, there's still it's the attacks against the front line, unless they've got something really very specifically identified, is going to be their effectiveness is going to be pretty random. And they also
Well, and the thing is, the warheads that these things carry, they're loud, and they produce a nice violent explosion. But I don't think they carry that much massive shrapnel.
No, they don't have a lot of shrapnel, and I think the total charge is less than 100 kilos.
Yeah, and so they went to a thermobaric method or a firebomb type one, which obviously make a big fiery boom, but isn't like a really well designed thermobaric would function.
It's not a good it's not a good platform for a thermobaric munition. I'm just
Right, because
thinking about
it explodes on contact rather than penetrating and creating a fireball.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about how they design it so it would actually they need to disperse the aerosol first. It's going to be
Right.
it's going to be a two-step. They've got to have something that disperses it and something that sets it off.
Yeah, that's why I call it more firebomby stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
you've seen that pasty gel that they put in those things. It's more of just a Dresden sort of firebomb than it is a thermobaric, but they call it a thermobaric.
Yeah. Well, the thermal maybe, but yeah, they're being over generous with what they're calling it.
Yeah, that's right. We should just call them firebombs because I have never seen what is supposed to be a thermobaric Garan because of the design delivery method. I've never seen one produced the static overpressure the characteristic shock wave that you see from a thermobaric or a JDAM.
Yeah, and that's I've never seen it either, and that's what I'm thinking about with that is that it would produce a really large, it would produce a disproportionately large explosion in terms of fireball when it went off. And now make no mistake, 100 pounds of high explosive, or even if it's been reduced, it's basically just some sort of accelerant that's being spread and set on fire. It
Well,
makes
it
makes
looked
a
like
big
poor
bang, and
man. That goo that's inside him. Have you seen the disassembled, supposedly the firebomb Garan?
no,
I mean,
I have not.
it's like a grayish, really weak peanut butter toothpastey thing. It
That
smells
sounds
awful.
like
It's very volatile, but it's not going to be amenable to a vaporization sort of
no.
dispersion for a thermobaric effect.
It sounds basically like napalm.
It is. It looks. It acts a lot like poor man's napalm. If you were to feed a whole bunch of polystyrene into a can of gasoline. Don't try this at home. But if
Yeah,
it looked like that sort of consistency, allegedly.
yeah. So that's definitely not going to be thermobaric. Unpleasant if you're too close, for sure. But
Oh, and it makes an immense fireball,
yeah,
but it's an immense fireball that if it wasn't able to puncture the structure in which it's going into, like if it doesn't hit the window of the apartment building, it makes a big fireball on the outside of the building. Still does a lot of damage, would make a big explosion, and could catch the apartment on fire, but only not only rarely have I seen a Garan with a one of these fire bombs on it that's really made a good penetration inside the building and then made a massive fireball.
yeah.
I don't think they steer that well, for one thing.
They're not maneuverable. That's definitely true. Is that the Gorons are not maneuverable. So it basically the aerial equivalent of a Mack truck in terms of maneuverability. Not made to be agile.
True. Okay, let's see. One more thing in the news summary, and that is this interview that Kellogg did with the news in America, talking about Zelensky and things. The sort of stuff that you wish he would have said openly back when he had the job, but now he's speaking out about what we already knew, which is his respect for Zelensky, and made some. Well, he made an interesting comparison to Abraham Lincoln
Yes.
of Kellogg, but then he also made a revolting, to me, a cringy comparison to Donald Trump, kind of a sycophantic sort of thing that always, he's like you, he's tough, and states his mind. Always, it's like
Mm.
he didn't need to do that. But comparing his resilience and his ability to knuckle down in times of stress and keep the population with him on a goal, that's definitely Lincoln-like. If you've ever read anything about him.
I have. A Team of Rivals is actually a really, really
It's
good
a
book of that.
superb book.
Yeah, absolutely superb. But yeah, it was very. I found the Kellogg interview. I found aspects of it to be pretty spicy, and definitely very much. It gives me a certain amount of insight into the kind of tensions that must have been going on inside of the negotiating teams that have been
Well,
trying to work.
I agree, and I wish he would have been delivering that spice back when Witkoff was talking to the press openly. I wanted Kellogg talking to the press openly with the same level of candor he's showing now.
Yeah, but even so, that level of candor is now is going to have an effect, because it undercuts, I think, some of the narratives that the administration has had, or at least,
The white ending they've tried to been doing on Zelensky. You're
yeah,
sure that's true. Yeah.
yeah, and the useful idiots. It's going to make it more difficult for them to cast the Ukrainian administration in an unpleasant light. With stuff like this starting to come out. That, and also just
And Kellogg hasn't changed his tune. since he was a representative. It's just he's not. He's now saying publicly what he was only saying privately
Yeah.
before, and he has a lot of credibility. He's a former, he's a general.
Yep.
He's the sort of person you would think a MAGA crowd coming to a town hall meeting would really lap up a Kellogg character.
Yeah. Well, there's at the risk of sliding sideways a little bit into U.S. politics, that do not try to look at MAGA as if what they're doing has any kind of rational sense to it.
Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, you're right. Also, that any hint of capability or it being valuable to turn them toward Ukraine at this point is, basically a waste of time. But he's the sort of guy that back when he was first appointed, I mean, I know he would have lasted about one day if he'd have done it, but it would have been really nice to hear what any Trump officials and the Biden officials be more frank and open and honest about what they were doing in relation to support for Ukraine, because they're especially his current administration, they're so bullshit about some stuff. You would think that they'd go bullshit on being big supporters of liberal democracy, except for they're not really interested in.
They're not interested in. Yeah, there's your problem right there. Yeah, but
this is why I wanted Dark Brandon to come out all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
When are we going to get a Democratic president in America who's willing to be bullshit about supporting principles rather than, venal self-interest?
Well, we'll see what happens in 2028. I think is what that comes down to. But that said, in terms of short term, in the short term, thinking about we're going to have the big election, which probably in 2026, which is probably not going to be change significantly what happens in terms of relationships between this country and Ukraine.
Yeah, I agree.
But
they'll also at least cut the money off of the Orange Man for doing the wrong things.
Yeah, but at the same time, the composition of Congress and probably the incoming Congress will still be more bullish towards Ukraine, more favorable towards Ukraine than it is towards Russia. I think
100%. Yeah. Look, I think they'll double down on their support for Ukraine, which was pretty small. $400 million in the National Defense Authorization Act for Ukraine. And what I think they'll do is, the Trump administration won't spend a penny of that. Hegseth already said he wasn't going to spend any money on Ukraine, even if they allocated it early on. So wouldn't expect them to spend it, but I would expect them to come back after the November election. I've never seen an off-year election where the president's party had 20 resignations leading into it. The people that just don't want to serve under him anymore, and so you'd think that the House that comes back would be bullshit Reagan Republicans and a lot more Democrats, and those will be the people that will hopefully start holding the president's feet to the fire in a separation of powers sorts of way.
Yeah.
However, as you earlier said, I don't believe that necessarily leads to any greater support for Ukraine. I just think it might keep the president of the United States from doing the wrong thing, potentially, if they can hold him to account.
Yeah, and in some ways, it's really damage control. At this point, from what I'm looking at, damage control.
That's what the whole world's looking at. The whole world is looking at. Jesus Christ! How many years do we have to go before this asshole's gone?
Don't get me started.
Can I jump in on that for a minute?
The major news outlets are doing it.
Can I jump in on that for a minute? Because I think
shoot,
you're
and tell me, do you think there's any chance the Democrats can also win the Senate?
The Senate it's going to depend on how bad the economy gets. The thing to watch is the bond market. That $11 trillion bond float that has to happen. That's the other thing that's going to really, really constrain Trump internationally is, do the Europeans and the Canadians really, really start dumping bonds. The U.S. has an $11 trillion rollover this summer, coming this year, this next like 14 months. It'll be this spring, fall, and summer.
They got like 3 big tranches to go,
Oh
don't they?
yeah, and it's going to get ugly. I mean, Trump wants the quote allies to take them as perpetuities. In other words, a 100-year bond at like 2%, and then we just yeah, that's
Forget about
well,
it.
that's what he's talking about. After telling them that they're pussies and they got to give them Greenland and Canada and all this shit. Anyway, you're dealing, I'm expecting it's going to be a bloodbath, and the markets are not preparing for it. The markets are not preparing for it at all. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is that you said that the Republicans that come back would be moderate Reagan-like Republicans. Almost zero chance of that. What'll happen likely is that the Democrats will win a majority. They'll have a number of seats that are hard Democratic seats. I mean, really hard, like Minneapolis, Portland, places like that. They will be just very, very strongly Democratic. But then you'll have a whole lot of districts that are kind of purplish, but they'll be Democratic instead of Republican. But the Republicans who survive it are going to be in these districts that are what they call, high Republican districts. And they're going to be like, Republican plus 10, Republican plus 20, Republican plus 30. There's districts literally in parts of the square states where the Republicans have a majority, registered voters of like 30% majority. And this isn't like in Europe where you'll have, the a party win the whole goddamn parliament with only 30% popularity because there's 18 other parties. Okay, you're only talking two parties. So if you got a 30% difference, I mean, that's a lot. And those guys will come back as mega as they ever were. They will not learn from it. They may actually even be harder. So it'll come down to how really it's going to come down to how big the difference is and how well we can get the moderates Democrats to go along because they're frequently only one election. They're kind of one cycle wonders. You win a district that's mostly Republican by a narrow margin. It's very hard to come back in the next election and win unless you cater to both Republicans and Democrats. So it's going to be really, really interesting. My personal opinion is, and I've been saying this for some time, for Ukraine, the effort has to be to strengthen relations with Europe really, really strong. And the noise that's coming out of the White House is going to get probably worse as it gets closer to the election. While you guys are talking, I was just reading about how a lot of the belligerency that Trump is doing right now is because he knows he can't win on the economic issues. So he's going to try to rally around the flag and he's going to get really, really bad. Is he smart enough to figure that out or execute it? No. But those are the idiots like Miller and people like that around him. So yeah, I wouldn't expect. I think the Democrats will win, but it will not be a easy majority. And even if the Democrats win the Senate, they won't have enough numbers to jam down those hardcore megas who will still be there, and they'll probably be harder. I mean, those mega people will get more extreme, not less. And I'll listen.
The challenge will be to get veto-proof majorities in both chambers, and
And they can't. There's
difficult.
no chance of that because the numbers in the Senate aren't even there. They would have to win every
Yeah,
single election in every state, and that's just not
yeah,
going to happen.
yeah. There's a certain amount of that. That's true. The one of the key things though is just simply taking back control of the House means you've got control of the purse strings, and I think there is a reasonable chance. It is possible, depending on how bad. Once again, how badly does the economy fail?
The bond
I
market
think
is
there.
going to be the message. I wake up every morning and look at the bond market. In fact, you guys in Volgograd ought to get a European on some night. Hunt around, use your contacts to find is there a European who really understands how well the European Central Bank and the Canadian Central Bank understand the problem, because I think they understand it really, really well, much better
Yeah,
than most Americans do. And I'll listen.
they understand. So does the current Fed, which Trump is trying to disassemble. Uh, it depends on the stock market, because I think the economy generally, because it's really kitchen table issues in the U.S. that are in play right now. And if the Democrats, if the economy goes very badly against Trump, and you have Democrats who are starting to lean into some of the kitchen table issues that we're dealing with, as well as the rule of law issues, which are also becoming increasingly interesting or important to independents, we could end up having a near veto-proof majority in the House. We could see the numbers shift by like 40 or even 50 seats.
I think that's very possible. I was looking at the numbers that the
So
40 to 50 seats in the House is definitely doable. The Senate is much, much harder, because only a third of them.
the Senate, the best I think they would be able to do is end up with like 52 or
Yeah,
53.
that's about right. Yeah, and then what? And then it comes.
And so
Then it comes.
the thing is, go ahead.
Then it comes down to really the places like Iowa, and right now the Iowa is really sour on the Republicans, and
Yeah,
it's mostly the independents. There's MAGA there that are still true blue, but the independents have flipped, and that hasn't happened for a very, very long, since Obama's first term. So it's
yeah,
been a while, and I was just reading up on that. And living in southern Minnesota, we're I don't even have I don't have as good a feel for my own district, to be honest with you, as I do for Iowa, because Iowa has become so um, there's so much pain in farm country, and
yeah.
I just don't see how um, I don't see how they fix that. And where I live in southern Minnesota, there's a lot of farming, but there's also the Mayo Clinic, and the Mayo Clinic probably pulls in as much money. It pulls in certainly more wealth, but I don't. It probably pulls in damn near as much money as the farm area, for a couple hundred miles around it.
Yeah.
So it's a weird. That's a weird comparison. I can't really judge, but Iowa is a much better bellwether, and it's not looking great for the Republicans there. And I'll listen.
Yeah. So circling back to what the impact is for Ukraine is if the Democrats get control of at least one chamber, it means that that's a firewall against potentially the worst excesses that the current administration can indulge in, that would have a negative impact on the war between Ukraine and Russia. And it would be a serious firewall against the ambitions of the Kremlin.
That's the
They would
biggest.
have
That's the
much.
biggest thing, because the hearings. I mean, all the shit that they're
Yes,
doing in the dark right now will be extraordinarily hard for them to do in the dark.
absolutely. Well, that's the thing, is that you would have immediate on January 7th, after the new house is sworn in, you would have about a half dozen investigative committees that would be subpoenaing the hell out of the entire administration, and bringing would be publishing a lot of stuff that would be just.
And so to bring this back to Ukraine, literally what I said before, which is just get a hold. If America can just get a hold of its own democracy, it's
Yes.
probably the best thing they will do for Ukraine. But it's going to be a while. It's going to be the next administration before Ukraine gets any significant material support. So just keep with the program. I mean, I like to see Americans, because I just want to see Donald Trump bound up in red tape, bound up in the courts, bound up in subpoenas, bound up in everything, and have his money supply threatened if he doesn't follow the law, which is the will of the people, at least just do their job as the Constitution requires. I think would be the best we can expect or expect from the United
Can I
States
jump in on one
vis-a-vis
more
Ukraine.
on an add on to that, because it's really important.
You can, but I'm going to say Slavo-Ukrainian drop because
Yeah,
Marcus
I will,
needs to
and
come
I
up
want to hear
as
what she
well.
has to
So I'll
say
let
too. But I just want to add one thing that's important. It also highlights why not just why the Europeans are so important now, but by that time, by the next administration, the American economy can be so destroyed. I mean, this is literally that we may not even be able to help Ukraine much because we may be in such bad. We may not be far behind Russia in our own collapse if that $11 trillion of debt and the next following tranches don't get taken care of. People do not understand. Everyone's talked about the debt in America. It was all predicated on the goodwill of Europeans, Canadians, and Japanese buying our debt. That day that
Yep.
stops, we stop being a superpower. So we may not even be able to
Yep.
help Ukraine. That's why it's so important that Europe help Europe. And I'll listen. Thank you.
And I will say Slava Ukraini and be prepared to get myself hooked. Hello, Mockers. How are you doing?
Well, I'm glad I can open my mic. I'm just waiting for me to look like a co-host at this point.
You look
What I
like a
was going.
co-host to me.
Oh, right, okay, that's great. Not on my screen. What I was going to say is, you guys are talking like rules matter. Sorry, but you guys are talking like somebody can't just break all the fucking rules and get away with it, and already has. So, sorry, folks, but the world order, it's going to be broken by then. Midterms, you'll be lucky if you've got them. I'll just say these things out loud because nobody else is pointing that out. I am cynical as F with all of this.
I will debate about the midterms not happening another time, but I am more positive in that regard. But once again, I'm going to go ahead and drop and make room for Genesis Man. It's good to see you, Will. As always, it's great riffing with you on Saturday night, and I'll look forward to doing it again next week. But to everybody else, thank you for listening tonight, and do look at our fundraisers.
Well, thank you, guys. At some point, Prince, I'm going to have to recycle because I can't bear.
Yeah, you can't see
she
my
needs
hand
more
either.
lipstick and glitter.
She's off this month for the lipstick and glitter show. Oh, geez.
Not in my mind.
So I gather I need to stick around again for a few minutes.
No, it's okay.
That's okay.
It's okay. I sent Genesis a co-host invite, and I can send Mockers. Yeah, Mockers. I believed you. I believed you when you said it.
Yeah, it's doing the I'll make you co-host for like a millisecond.
I'll just take care of that the easy way, and just sort of listening to what you guys listening to what you guys were saying. This has been my concern since January. Was it 20th or 21st January last year? Was everybody saying just wait till the midterms, just wait till the midterms. How much damage can be done between now and the midterms? And that is the issue. We've seen how much has been done in the first almost year. How much more damage can be done until November? And great if we have elections in November, assuming we will. I don't think we won't. But everybody's saying, November, November, November. Reality is November will just give us an idea of what's going to happen in January. There's still going to be from November until January that a whole lot of shit could get fucked up. Sorry, I had to say it that way.
Oh no, I'm very sanguine about that as well, Prince. There's an awful lot more harm that can be done, and likely will be done. But at the same time, I think the worst, the things that will hurt the most are not necessarily things that some of the people that are out there worrying about are will actually happen. I don't think so. There's been some court, among other things, there's been some court decisions that have been happening that have been severely restricting the administration's reach in certain kinds of things. Like for instance, the whole issue of mail-in voting that was settled. So that at this point, it's clear that Trump, the administration, will not be able to interfere with that.
Babe, it doesn't matter though, because they'll just put in some people who'll just literally put the votes in the bin. Honestly,
Uh,
you're going to have to be really, really careful
Yeah.
that you've got the right people in place, because they put people in school boards who've literally destroyed the education for the local area and stuff like that. It's planned at every level, and that's where I'll leave it.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk more another time. Anyway, once again, let's focus on Ukraine. Slava Ukraini to everybody. And I am going to go ahead and drop that. I see Genesis Man up.
Thank you, Smokey. Because it all depends on how voting happens in a state. In our state, there's not an opportunity for anybody to fuck with anything at any polling places, because the only polling places are actually at the election offices, and they don't get. I'm not done. They don't get used near as much as the mail system does, because ours is all mail-in voting here in Oregon. So I'm just saying.
Let me just add that there were some places, some polling places in the last election where there were 0 votes, 0 blue votes, 0. That doesn't happen. So somebody fucked with them. And I'll just leave it there. Anyway, morning. Would you like to hear about, let's talk about what's in the box. What's in the Oreshnik? Do you know what's in it? Genesis Man, do you know what kind of stuff is inside it?
Morning, because yes, do you know what? It must be like 10 minutes I read that. So we've got stuff from the last century, I believe, but please do tell, because it's their wonderful rocket that's nearly 100 years old, I believe. But go on.
Yes, indeed. And this is the problem with Russian missiles, and this is why I'm coming to believe that they couldn't fire a nuclear missile if they wanted to. Now, that doesn't mean they couldn't do a lot of damage with nuclear material, let's say. There's nothing to stop them dirty bombing something. But Yuri Gagarin, that was some time ago, wasn't it? Putin's apparent new missile, the Oreshnik. It's just another name on top of an old missile, which we already identified was old as heck. When they examined the wreckage, they found Soviet lamps and gyroscopes inside. Bit like what they've done with their tanks. Everything is of the Soviet era, and they're just pretending that it's been upgraded at this point. According to experts, these components were in use in the last century. That's right, century. The missile, which the Kremlin calls unique and unprecedented, well, it is indeed unique, was in fact assembled from Soviet and early post-Soviet relics. Therefore, it is just a large lump of old stuff. And again, I ask, what are they going to do when they run out of this old technology? Soviet gyroscopes and lamps. I mean, it makes you wonder, just how they're going to hit us all with missiles. They're not. They may throw drones at us, for sure. But missiles, they're going to have to piece them together from Soviet parts first. Bloody hell. I mean, what an absolute embarrassment. I mean, just how embarrassing. Well, yeah, I just feel as though they're, well, it's awkward, isn't it? It's awkward. And I'm not surprised. I'm just not surprised at all at this point. There was something that I had in my bookmarks here, which I was going to tell you about, but you know what? There's so much, so much gone on just recently. I can't tell you where it is anymore. But let's just say that it was related to the fact that these constant attacks on other countries. For example, drone attacks in Germany and things like that are coordinated, very much so. And, they're coordinating them with, guess what, propaganda. So they're saying, your country can't protect itself, and look, people don't care about blah, 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 and so on. And look, you're all going to flip in conspiracy theory. So, yeah, it's all very coordinated, that they're attacking us with theory and conspiracies, and then at the same time, here, found it. Analysis shows that Russia's drone operations over European airports are synchronized with informational attacks to sow distrust in local governments. The incidents with drones that have paralyzed the work of key airports in Poland, Denmark, and Germany are not isolated violations, but the element of broader, apparent, hybrid, whatever that means, operations. Remember, hybrid just means we don't have to do fuck all about it, we just talk about it. Within 15 to 45 minutes after the appearance of drones in social networks and messengers, destructive narratives began to spread massively, with an emphasis on incompetence of the authorities, a loss of control, distrust of state institutions. In all three cases, proxy networks in Telegram, Facebook, and YouTube were used. After which, pseudo-experts and influencers joined the campaigns. You know, like that tenant media people, them kind of guys. Except in everybody else's countries. The mechanism is called by researchers a cognitive cycle of damage. Because, what they count on and what they know is a lot of people are a bit vague. They're busy living their lives. They don't really look at what's going on in geopolitics. And they just see this, narrative spreading on social media, and they are convinced by it because it's the only media that they really consume. And it doesn't help when, the news, the real media, doesn't really tell you the full story because they're too busy trying to not get people upset or worried. Well, I'm just going to say, that when you leave a vacuum of information, Russia will fill it. So perhaps we could, get on that at least. Anyway, the narrative launched usually shapes the perception of all events, even after the appearance of verified facts, because that's it. You see, a lie can run around the world before the truth has even got its shoes on. The study emphasises such operations have long-term impacts. And this is the problem, that they've been doing this to other countries for a long, long time now. I mean, they've been shaping narratives in the US for a decade, if not more. The content remains in the information space. It influences the interpretation of future incidents and even how those events are taken into account by artificial intelligence algorithms and language models. Ugh. Honestly, if everybody was unplugged from AI tomorrow, I would be really happy. if every single AI machine failed tomorrow, I would just be really happy, because it is a massive source of misinformation, and is being used as such anyway. So yeah, it's just this is what Russians are good at: interfering in other countries and changing hearts and minds. And it's a bit fucking rude, and we need to stop them. We really do. And they will get hold of anything that's, new, and use it to their advantage. Of course they will. Of course they will. Quick example: 590,000 people. 590,000 people bought the gold Trump phone. Do you know how many people have received it?
Mockers, just a guess. None. Nada. Not a one.
Not a
How did
single
I
one.
do?
Exactly. You did very well. Well done for being educated. There you go. So, it's that sort of shit. It
So,
is.
Mockers, how much were they selling them at? And did you say
Oh, I don't fucking know.
500,000? Well, so
590,000. Nearly 600,000 people gave money for that thing. Yeah.
must be, what, $100, $200 at least?
Yeah. Yeah, probably. If not,
Someone do the maths for me. That's a lot of money.
way more, because, I mean, come on. Look at how much a phone costs. I'm just saying, Unfortunately, people who don't pay attention end up being swindled. Anyway, you remember when Switzerland used to be neutral? You remember that?
It's never been neutral. If you've got money, they'll protect you.
Oh,
And I suspect you're going to tell us about another protection racket the Swiss are doing. The scheming bastards. I don't trust them as far as I can spit. Never have.
well, would you believe that breaking with their traditional neutrality, Switzerland blocked Germany from sending Swiss-manufactured ammunition, if you remember, to Ukrainian defenders. And, neutrality is not a decision. You're either in it to win it, or you're on the wrong side. It's quite simple. Now, Ukraine have actually won a court case against Switzerland, would you believe? And again, I've just lost it, because Switzerland.
Yeah, bookmarks are a pain in the arse at the moment, aren't they? They some appear and some don't.
Well, let's just say that, yeah, I definitely had it in my bookmarks, and now it's pecked off. So, the court case, there was another court case, actually. Now, it was arbitrated in Switzerland, but it's actually against a US ammunition supplier. But Switzerland have stepped in as the neutral party here, apparently, to do this arbitration. They're not very neutral, though, as we've already established. However, the tribunal ruled that an American company breached contract by delivering only 1/3 of artillery shells, despite receiving 100% prepayment at the beginning of the war. And so, they are useful for something, for at least exposing this sort of nonsense. But I tell you what, this is it's very, very disappointing, isn't it? Because at the beginning of the war, so nothing to do with the Trumpa-Lumpa and his fucking, asshole, what's he called? I'm trying to remember his name. Not Whiskey Pete, the other guy who just arbitrarily decides things. Fuck it, I don't know anyway.
Kennedy.
No. He's like, I want to say he's called Elland or something. Colby.
Oh,
Colby?
yes.
Eldridge Colby.
Eldridge Colby, yeah. And the figure for the phones was $330 million. Just
Nice.
gone.
Nice. I wonder where that went, eh? At the lavish party? Caviar bar, perhaps? Anyway. Yeah, so...
Baby Goebbels, Miller.
No, we got it. It was Eldridge Colby. But, yeah. So that was before any of these twats were in place. This company just decided that they were just going to take the money and not deliver. Because, you know, that's how friends work, isn't it? So remember when everyone was saying, oh, we just don't have enough artillery shells in Europe. We don't have enough artillery shells in Europe. Well, they had enough artillery shells in America. They just didn't bother to deliver them. Cheeky MFers. And I do hope that this company, let me see, retailer OTL Firearms in Tucson, I do hope that they, in particular, feel the brunt of the long arm of the law or something. But basically, stealing in broad daylight from Ukraine while calling them the corrupt ones. I just wanted to spell this out ever so. So anyway, that was my Swiss-related stuff. Now, okay, fair enough. Sorry, there was for some reason. Oh yes, we'll do this. Today, 1,481 days since the beginning of Russia's full invasion of Ukraine. Do you know how many days it took the Soviet Union to fight the Great Patriotic War?
The same as the current SMO.
Yeah, exactly this many days. Yeah. So, you know that Great Patriotic War that they're always saying how amazing it was and how, you know, how it made them all so incredible, and, you know, that they use it as a big, like, thing to be proud of, a bit like a penis extension. Well, now we can say your Great Patriotic War is a little bit pathetic because you've already, you know, your special military operation, which, you know, supposedly is actually turned out to be longer. Because unless they're finishing today, I would imagine it's going to continue. So tomorrow, I would like to see a whole bunch of memes of how the Great Patriotic War is actually a bit of a limp dick. Because, look, they can't even, you know, take over Ukraine in all the time that they had to do that war. And they can't even grab all of Donetsk in that time. I mean, talk about pathetic. And I
Mockers.
guess the Patriotic War ain't so great after all, eh?
Bless your heart. Don't throw penis extension halfway through a sentence. Totally throws me. But just for context, people, Russia took 0.8% of Ukraine last year. 0.8%.
Oh, that's a little bit embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, really, we need to name and shame them. We need to say, goodness gracious me, you guys, how embarrassing. I mean, even Gherkin has come out and said something quite, you know, all our red lines have now been crossed. I mean, yeah, absolutely. All our red lines have now been crossed. You're absolutely right, mate. And what are you going to do about it? Huh? And he says, unfortunately, we cannot respond at all. They're not afraid of us now, and they'll be even less and less afraid each time they take another ship off us. This is, in fact, very bad. Time is passing, opportunities are disappearing, and the war, which hasn't been won, remains unresolved. Oh, he's so sad about recent events. He really is. I mean, I love a bit of doom. I love a bit of doom.
Is Gherkin having another cope moment? Has he come out with a long story or not? No, we just a couple of things.
No, he's just a bit sad. He's just a bit sad at the moment. It's just a statement. But, I mean, we've seen a similar statement from, you know, that fucking lunatic Dugin as well. Russia is losing momentum in global politics and has suddenly become apparent in everything. Yes, you're right.
Has he only just noted?
Well, you see, he's been trying his best to say the other, all this time, and I just love it when they all start to start to sing from the same sheet. We're doomed. Yes, indeed, you are doomed. You are efforting doomed. So there's that. There's that, and there's something here which I need to send to Prune. I've just realised. Anyway, while that's going on in your heads, I did mention rudeness, didn't I? And well, let's have this. And I must say, thank you very much, Karen, for this. Riot police.
Oh, Karen wins on this one. I
Yeah.
know where you're going, and Karen completely wins on this. I mean, slow clap, Karen. Well done.
Yeah. This particular story comes with a video, and I'm going to retweet it all for your viewing pleasure while the kittens growl at one another. There's a lot of it had to be blurred out because, there's nude people in this video, and there's somebody wearing a very strange leather something or other. Stop growling. Carry on washing yourself. She's not even looking at you. Goodness gracious me. These two have been having a grumble all morning. It started about 3 a.m. and I had to run around the house clapping at them to stop them from shouting at one another. It seems that the aftermath of yesterday's bird has left everybody tense. And I found it in the end inside Elmo because he yacked up a load of feathers. And I was like, cheers, mate. At least that solves that problem. So anyway, where were we? We were at nakedness. There's going to be flipping shouting in a minute. Let me just stand in between them and give them both a kick up the arse. Go on, you go that way. You go that way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. There we go. That's better. Sorry. When they're in the same room together, they get tetchy if there's something to argue about. So, anyway, I love my little ladies. I do. They're both gorgeous, and for some reason they've got a bit of a beef with one another at the minute. So I don't know what happened, but they're unhappy. So anyway, yes, riot police disrupted a New Year's play in a Moscow bar. So as you can see, it's a little bit nudie. It's a little bit nudie, Rudy. I mean, I've been to a play where it's been, let me see. I went to see A Midsummer Night's Dream in a play, and it was, let's just say it was an adult version, but they didn't all get undressed. There was a lot of suggestiveness, and there was a lot of cheeky parts to it and bits where you could giggle, but nobody actually ran around naked. However, this apparently is part of a New Year's play being held in a Moscow bar on a Monday night, just a random Monday night, like you do. And this was reported that the play, referred to as a non-children friendly party, well, indeed, was planned as an immersive event with candid humour. I just think it looks like a BDSM party that they walked into. Anyway, revellers were asked to follow the dress code of the holiday spirit, which apparently was nudity and leather. The police made all the visitors lay down on the floor once they'd entered the bar, and 7 of the organisers were detained and charged with petty hooliganism, which I think is delightful. Petty hooliganism for being naked. Now, this is the 6th time this play has been staged by the Conceptual Theatre, with naked parties referred to as humorous events intended to entertain, featuring striptease and physical comedy. Again, it's a BDSM party, guys, and they keep raiding them, apparently. But these guys keep trying, so bless them. I mean, bless them for trying. Good for them. I mean, obviously, it's only skin, isn't it? But still. I feel as though there's an awful lot of nakedness in Russia, which is unnecessary, especially in the winter. There was a fight the other day, two guys and a naked dude fighting in the street, and the naked dude won. And I can understand why, because the other two guys were like scared of being slapped in the face with his willy, I think, more than anything else. They kept backing off. And so, yeah, I'm just saying, sometimes it works as well as a strategy. So, yeah. I don't know what it is about being naked in the winter, but Russians are loving it. Loving it. Anyway, poor Genesis man now has no idea what to say, but I just thought I would mention this complete ridiculousness. Let me also...
Mockers, have you posted it? Have you posted it?
I've retweeted it for your viewing pleasure. Yes, of course I have.
Right. Either print pick it up or I'll go and find it. Either will do, but we'll put it in the nest.
You just need to click on my No, we don't need to put it in the nest.
I'll get it. Yeah, it's a little too suggestive.
Yeah, let's just say I don't need that in the nest.
I retweeted it, and yeah.
'Tis enough. 'Tis enough. So, talking of Russians doing ridiculous things and saying ridiculous things and being trolled, the Russians said that after the strike of the R18, Lviv's subway was completely destroyed. Lviv's subway thought that they would just reply. So they replied, we are forced to respond to the spread of disinformation. We officially announce our train traffic did not stop. Stations are all working normally, and the passengers didn't even notice anything because it didn't penetrate the ground.
Well, more importantly, in Lviv, there is no underground metro. It's all above.
No, that's even funnier. That's even funnier.
That's the real funniest part. That they said, "Oh, we took out the metro. Did you? We better go find it."
Indeed. So, they mentioned train traffic not stopping, and that's because it was, it wasn't. In fact, the Lviv metro, possibly the best metro in all Ukraine, in all Europe, in fact, because it doesn't exist. Very good. So, yes, they felt the need to explain to Russia that it doesn't actually exist, and that'll be why they couldn't take it out. So, I'll tell you what, right? I bit the inside of my mouth last night, and oh my Lord, it hurts. I keep doing this. One of these days, I'm just going to bite a massive chunk out of it so that I don't keep doing it, because, it's happens daily. But yesterday was a right good one. Ow. Is what I'll say to that. Ow. So while I'm talking to you, be aware that I'm totally in pain. So, trains, very useful in Ukraine, yeah, very useful. And in response to the attacks that have affected power and heat, I'm bringing you a nice heartwarming tale now. So, from the sublime to the ridiculous, the adult party to the lovely place for children to warm their hands. So, in response to attacks, Ukrainian railways deployed 7 invincibility train cars. 2 more will be active during the day today. And even though it's terrible that these things are needed, these are places to provide warmth, phone charging, and a safe place for children to spend a little bit of time, while their parents get all their devices charged. And the very fact that they've got 9 of these, well, it's unfortunate that they need them, but what a relief that they're able to do something like this. It's vital support for the people, and they can be placed anywhere on the rail network. So I just wanted to point out how flipping good that is. That's ace, in fact. Ace. So should we do some booms? Shall we? Do some booms?
Just before you do the booms, Mocker, so do they do meals as well on the invincibility trains? I know they do heat and warmth and look after you for a little while, but do they do food as well? And it's
Just
because
snacks.
they've just snacks. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I was going to say coffee and like eat your basic little snacks, but nothing really food like. Mark. Oh, go ahead,
Yes,
Mark.
hey, I'm sorry, Miss Sockers. I'm I'm half awake, but I was just looking at the weather in Kyiv, um, and going out for a few days, and I'm going to give the temperatures in Fahrenheit because, you know, whoever decided temperatures a couple hundred years ago in the U.S. had to be unique and somewhat stupid. But anyway, weather temperatures in Kyiv today in Fahrenheit 2 degrees low, 13 degrees high. Tomorrow 3 degrees low, 11 degrees high. Tuesday 0 degrees, 11 degrees high. Wednesday -1 degree, 12 degrees, and Thursday -3 degrees, 13 degrees. I just I can't imagine how the people in Kyiv are coping with this. I would imagine at those temperatures, water lines and buildings are bursting because they just can't keep the buildings above freezing. So who believes that this was just a coincidence that Putin destroyed the energy infrastructure in Kyiv? It was a coincidence that it came before the coldest cold streak of the winter. I a few years ago, my power went out for a few days because of an ice storm, and it was the temperatures around freezing, and it was absolutely miserable. No amount of blankets, no amount of blankets could keep you warm, and it was horrible. So anyway, I'm just mad, angry at Putin and his inhumanity. I'm sad for the Ukrainians dealing with this. I don't know what to say, but sorry, it's kind of depressing call, but it's the reality on the ground. So thank you for letting me speak and give the temperature report there.
Oh, no problem, Mark, and thank you for bringing that. One of the things that the DTEC have been able to do is restore power for at least a number of hours a day. And they're back on this sort of like rolling blackout schedule. So hopefully that will protect a lot of pipes from bursting because, they are managing to provide electricity for a number of hours a day on a schedule. So that's something. I mean, at the end of this, I don't want to see people building statues for Pin, commemorate the leaders and shit like that. The utility workers, those guys, they need a freaking statue if anybody's going to get one.
Well,
Yeah.
that's really reassuring. I appreciate you saying that. I'm just, it's incredibly bothersome. Back in the day when the UK and Britain were experiencing the Blitz, the V1 and V2 rockets coming over and killing civilians by the thousands. I mean, there was moral clarity that was wrong. That was those were weapons of mass destruction, and it was wrong. There's no equivocation about it. Um, Hitler and the Nazis killing defenseless civilians randomly, haphazardly, with the intention of killing as many as possible was wrong. And then here Putin tries to do the same thing, is doing the same thing with his Shahed drones and the cruise missiles and the Islanders, and it's being debated about about things, both sides being wrong. The lack of moral clarity on this one issue is absolutely astounding. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Thank you.
Well, it absolutely is. It's a major metropolitan city, and if it was in any other country, there'd be an awful lot of noise about it. Genesis Man, did you want to add something?
No. Mark's absolutely right, and it's a timely reminder. People, Mark, every time they hit a building like this, it's a war crime, mate, and it's called genocide, and they've been using it for 4.5 years. And you're absolutely right. We need to call out every time we see it. Not that people are listening, but we still need to record it and then take it to the Hague because they will be put in there shortly. Sorry.
Well, it will come to that eventually, yes. But as it happens, Mr. Zelensky himself has made a statement this morning about the situation. So it's literally just been passed to me. So let's have it hot off the press. In many regions, the situation remains difficult after Russian strikes on critical infrastructure. Energy workers and repair crews are working around the clock to restore electricity, heat, and water supply for people. And this is a truly monumental effort that matters greatly for our citizens, restoring normal life after constant Russian terrorist strikes. And I am grateful to everyone involved. Over the course of this week, Russia launched almost 1,100 attack drones against Ukraine, more than 890 guided aerial bombs, and over 50 missiles of various types, ballistic, cruise, and even this, Ereshnik, medium-range ballistic missile. And they struck targets with no military purpose whatsoever. Energy infrastructure and residential buildings. They deliberately waited for the freezing weather to make things worse for our people. And this is deliberate, cynical Russian terror, specifically against civilians. Sorry, I'm about to fill the kettle because I desperately need another cuppa. I thank our mobile fire groups that defend Ukraine from these attacks day and night, and all the other warriors from our air defence units and electronic warfare units. I thank everyone who works for Ukraine right now. Our internal resilience and the work to strengthen our defence are especially important. We need stable support for Ukraine, our defence and coordinated diplomacy for the sake of peace. Oh, that word. If only, eh? I am grateful to all our partners who are working with us in exactly this way. Oh, he's so diplomatic there, so diplomatic. You see, they're not just bombing Ukraine, they're aiming to plunge people into cold, heat, water, and power. The very basics of humans living, especially in wintry conditions. The very things that make you human to require this, And while crews rebuild through the night, Russia sends another swarm that will take out some more electric infrastructure and what have you. The world keeps measuring in escalation, but Ukrainians measure it in frozen apartments and sleepless children. Stable support is not charity, and we need to fucking remember that. Oh, excuse me, I just have an opinion there that was a bit strong. But yes, it's very important that we continue to provide this support that Ukraine desperately needs because, well, if we're not going to stop Russia throwing the bombs, we need to at least support Ukraine in the, continuous reconstruction. How we do that, I don't know. I just feel as though we need to stop Russia throwing the bombs in the first place. That would be an awful lot easier. But apparently, no, we prefer to play catch up than, do it. Just go balls to the wall. And that's really upsetting for me. It's really, really disappointing. And, when a woman is disappointed in you, that really cuts. But nobody listens to me. Anyway, Apart from you guys, of course. Thank you for that. So, Ukraine confirms that they have also been hitting Russia where it hurts. 6 Russian targets overnight on the 10th of January, so this is the 9th to the 10th, from an oil depot in Russia's Volgograd Oblast to command posts and personnel concentrations in occupied Donetsk and Zaporizhia. So let's just have a wee look. Now, it's got to verify that I am not a bot. There we go. It has verified me as a human. Thank you. So, Ukraine confirms the strike on Volgograd oil depot. And there was me just thinking it was somebody carelessly smoking. Tis quite impressive, that, I'll be honest, that big plume of smoke. So, in a single night, Ukrainian forces hit 6 Russian targets, from the oil depot in Russia's Volgograd Oblast to command posts and personnel concentrations. Ukrainian defense forces confirmed they struck the Zhutovska oil depot in the Oktobersky district of, it's not quite how you say it, but that's how I'm saying it because it's easier, during the night into the morning of the 10th of January. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine announced this on social media. The facility is involved in supplying fuel to units of the occupying forces in 3 different directions, I believe. Sorry, I'm just adding that bit. And damage from the strike is currently being assessed. That large plume of smoke sort of suggests that there was some damage, doesn't it? Volgograd Oblast governor, he popped out and he said, "Oh yeah, it's been hit. Do you know what it was hit by?" Genesis man, do you know what it was hit by?
HIMARS.
Could it be debris? Debris, of course.
Caused
Debris.
by HIMARS.
Definitely not a drone strike. Anyway, so he said that there was falling UAV debris, and according to him, there was no casualties. Well, that's very lucky, isn't it? It's no casualties. I'm glad they keep confirming that, because it means that you don't have to feel bad at all for them. You can just say, "Cool, no casualties, thanks." Sorry, I'm just getting another coffee and sorting the cats out with their flipping biscuits, and because I'm a slave to them. Anyway, so. On the same day, it was confirmed by Ukrainian forces that they also hit targets in occupied territories. Now, this I've started to see more of, them actually hitting targets in occupied territories. There's been, well, shall we say, Zaporizhia, Melitopol, these sorts of places where previously it hadn't been reported, perhaps. But I'm sure there was still action going on, but maybe they were planning what they were going to do with these areas, because you've got to have a plan. You just can't go in like just smacking them willy-nilly like Russia does, because, well, it doesn't always work out the way you would like unless you actually plan to do it properly. So Ukraine have taken some time, and now they have been hitting things with a purpose. So let's see, what have they been hitting? So in Zaporizhia Oblast, a UAV storage facility, that's a nice one, of the 19th Motorized Rifle Division of the Russian Armed Forces was destroyed. In Pokrovsk area of Donetsk Oblast, a UAV control point, another one, was struck. And again, that is particularly impressive because, UAVs are, they are the scourge of the battlefield at this point, and Russia's using them to do the most damage. So in temporarily occupied Donetsk, strikes confirmed to have hit a concentration of personnel from the 76th Air Assault Division in Kharkivka, apparently. A command post of a unit from the tank battalion in the same division in Hunik, and a control point of a unit from the 41st Army, also in Hunik. In all cases, hits by strike UAVs on their targets were recorded. Enemy losses are continuing to be clarified. However, Defence Forces of Ukraine went on to say, continued systematic actions to reduce the offensive and military economic potential of the Russian occupying forces and to compel Russia to cease armed aggression against Ukraine. Now, what I have noticed as well is that Ukraine are... Remember how Russia was sort of nibbling away at the edges of, the front line, taking a little bit here and taking a little bit there, and having a little sort of chew along all the edges in certain areas, just because they were, there was more of them, and they, were pushing into areas that Ukraine was like, well, to be fair, we're not going to defend rubble, so you can have that. Well, these areas now, Russia seems to be losing them again in chunks. And I can only say it's because they're exhausting themselves. And so they send people there and then they don't support them with any, logistical support. And soon after, well, not long after, they end up like what you see on Andrew Perpetua's videos, where they're basically huddled like next to a tree being taken out by Ukrainian drones. These guys are not given the ability to survive once they take an area, and they're not given any support to hold it. So what do you expect? They can't just magically, fix themselves up. And as they're getting no support from their command, in fact, if anything, the command are quite happy just to send them out to die because they can, carry on reaping the rewards of their pay because they've already got their payment cards. What's it matter? Once you've got the payment card, who needs the person? So, because of this horrendous corruption as well, they're just being hung out to dry, hung out to die, in fact. Anyway.
Absolutely, Mocky. They're taking ground in the Lyman area. They're taking that back after a little surge by the Russians. Like you said, they've lost it again, and Ukraine's taking the ground back.
Exactly. And this is the thing. Ukraine, in a way, they're not like having to make a massive effort to counterattack because these guys are already exhausted. They're at the end of their rope. I mean, not every single one of them, but quite a lot. And, Ukraine go in and find that there is just not enough people to hold the land. And the guys that are there are absolutely exhausted. Did you see, before our tangent, let me just finish this. So, Belgorod Oblast governor, Gladkov, that guy. Oh, dear. I don't feel sorry for this fella because when everybody else was having a bad time last winter, he took a holiday. He just said, I'm taking 2 weeks off. Stop bothering me with your questions. And if only we could all do that, eh? If only we could all do that. I'm just taking 2 weeks off. I just don't want to speak to anybody. Thanks, bye. Put on your answer phone and that's it. You imagine if your local governor did that while you're in the middle of a crisis? Beautiful work. So he confirmed that 600,000 residents are now left without electricity, heating and water due to a Ukrainian missile strike. And the situation is extremely difficult. Well, sharing is caring, motherfucker. Oh, sorry. Did I just... Yep. Yes, I did. If you're going to do that to Ukraine, guess what? It's going to happen to you. They already told you this. That if you're going to hit us, and take out electrical infrastructure, guess what? You're going to feel the cold too. You're going to be sat in the dark too. Welcome to the war that you started. And it's quite clear to me that Ukraine is literally just giving them a taste of their own medicine, and they don't like it. No, they don't. Reuters journalists reported that streetlights in Belgorod are not working. Residents are having to navigate with the help of handheld flashlights and car headlights. Sure, that'll be fine. Nobody will get run over. Absolutely nobody will get run over. The publication also noticed that Russia regularly attacks Ukraine's energy infrastructure, causing Ukrainians to experience daily power outages. And, they also targeted heating systems this particular winter because, why not? So Reuters are basically saying, "Oh dear, did you get back what you dished out?" Yes, you probably did. So it is nice that they at least mention that as well. Death of 1,000 cuts or something like that. So where was I going to tangent? I've lost my thread of
Find your
tangent.
thread, and just for clarity, Belgorod is in darkness, people. It's shut down. They got nothing. No power, no gas, no electricity, nothing. No lighting. It's just dead. It's done. It's going to take him weeks to get to where they need to be. But yes, that's why he's having his little lament this morning, because he's in darkness. And what goes around comes around, mate. Sorry, but not sorry.
Well, and yeah, it's a shame that the people and the families there are experiencing this. But you know what? You started a war, and you can't finish it. And now the people are starting to feel the effects of this war that they started. And well, sometimes that's what you have to do. Sometimes, unfortunately, people have to put pressure on their governments. And seeing your local oil depot burning and having no electricity, these things eventually do start a bit of trouble. I'm telling you now, the people won't revolt or anything, but they will at least cause lots of headaches for their governors and what have you. And it is it's a message that can't be hidden, isn't it? You can clamp down on information getting out, but if nobody has any electricity, that's a sign by itself, isn't it? Who cares what the information was? Everybody knows that their local power station got hit. So that's it's something that definitely cannot be hidden, and that's what I like about these sorts of strikes, that nobody can tell you lies about them because you ain't got no fucking lights. So this is pretty obvious what's happened. And so yeah, let's go on a little bit further to some more let me see info. Now the US have been doing a lot of shit, so I'm just trying to get past that. But I'll just tell you now, for some reason in the past day, the US administration, although posting a lot of support for Iranian protests, have still not actually done anything to help the Iranian people. They did bomb Syria, though. I think it was Syria. Just because. Where is it here? Large scale, Syrian forces in Palmyra on Saturday. So that was in relation to 2 people from the US being killed. So maybe if the Iranian government could just kill an American, oh, that's awful to say, isn't it? But anyway. So that will also have a knock-on effect, by the way, on Ukraine and Georgia, would you believe? Because the Georgian government, this illegitimate Georgian dream, Georgian nightmare indeed, they have very close ties to the Iranian government, one of the only governments that has been legitimizing the Georgian dream. And it'd be a terrible shame for them to lose a friend, wouldn't it? Just saying. So there's a lot going on there. But there was also a lot being heard in Voronezh last night. Oh dear. Voronezh was getting it without the lube, Genesis Man. I don't know if you saw the drone bomber map yesterday.
Oh, pretty, because it was lovely. It was quite a mishmash of stuff going left, right, and Chelsea. I was really impressed, actually.
Well, Voronezh itself, somebody just coloured it in red, as far as I could tell. There were that many arrows there, all in one particular location. Now, one of the things that Voronezh does do is they have a lot of industrial area, probably right where all those red arrows were, which supports the war. And I'm just thinking that Ukraine's taken a particular dislike to that particular part of Voronezh. Will?
And I'll just note there is, of course, the Baltimore Air Base that's right adjacent to Voronezh as well. And a tidy little nuclear power plant down in Voronezh that has a really easy to knock out substation, just, for curiosity.
Worth knowing these things, isn't it? Now, the sound of drones over the city of Voronezh was apparently very, very apparent all last night, and there was some whining about it. And well, although the video is a blur, the sound, I believe, was very interesting. There was also more videos of flashes and explosions in the city. Things definitely got hit. Now, unfortunately, they do use electronic warfare systems, and so UAVs do go off course because, they do it right over residential properties. And yeah, their own residential properties, high-rise buildings do also get hit because of their suppression of, electronic warfare. So these things happen, and it was noted that, well, they still have electricity, so I don't know what they're moaning about, to be fair, but it was noted in a number of those areas that, yes, the high-rise buildings had been hit because they'd been using electronic warfare against Ukrainian drones. If they'd have just let them go and hit their targets, no residential properties would have been hit. But you know how it is. They think they're clever, don't they? And oh, I tell you what, that was a lovely explosion. I'm just going to retweet that. And also, bloody cameraman shitting himself just at the moment when we wanted to watch the strike properly. So we're getting a tiny feeling. They're getting a tiny feeling of what they've been doing every day to Ukraine for years. So just point that out. They also sound frightened. And well, this is kind of the thing that they kind of have to be. They have to be scared of Ukraine because otherwise they'll still keep thinking that they can, attack and take over Ukraine. Ukraine has to show them that it absolutely is not worth it, that they are too spiky to swallow. And this is one of the ways that they're doing it, by saying, here, have a ridiculous amount of drones to cope with. And hopefully some of them did get through to their targets. But even the ones that didn't and ended up suppressed and hitting residential buildings like this, well, A, that's kind of their own fault. And B, it sends a message, doesn't it? It certainly sends a message.
So, Marcus, did you see that Volgograd got it, the tank farm there?
Yes, that was pretty much the first thing I mentioned. Bit of careless smoking over there. It's always nice when you guys listen to me. But yes, this in particular, this oil storage depot definitely got hit, and was definitely, having a problem.
Because
I don't know how many tanks we actually hit there.
Because I'm so hard of.
Do we have any?
Because I'm so hard of hearing and dumb and stupid, I found it and put it in the nest for it. It's the second one in from the left. Sorry, but yes, it looks well alight, people, and it's not just one tank that's alight. There's 2 or 3 alight, so they're not going to be putting that out anytime soon, if ever.
Oh, that's actually a new video, and so that tells me a lot more than we already knew, actually, because you can see definitely one of them is raging, another one is on fire all up the side there, isn't it? And well, there are other tanks that are nearby, probably a little bit too close for comfort. Looking at that,
Yeah, but can you see what the firefighters are doing? They're just watching it. Nobody's running around getting stuff ready. They're just saying, yeah, that's a light. There's not a lot we can do. And they're just standing back and filming it.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like that guy's, just he's not bothered, is he? He's like, yeah, this is going to make a nice movie for the wife. He's on the phone actually, and he's on the phone going, yeah, I'm not going in there. You think I'm getting any closer than this? You got another thing coming. I can feel the heat from here, and he probably can feel the heat from there, because you'd be surprised how far that sort of heat travels. Isn't that true, Genesis Man?
I don't know. So anybody watched the Bradford fire years ago? People on the halfway line were getting burnt. Their hair was catching fire. So that's what, 150 feet. So yeah, you've got to be really careful. And to be honest, that's the only place the poor bloke's going to be warm, isn't it? Because he's not going to be warm at home because the lights are out. But there you go. That's another story.
Well, the lights are out in Belgrade, so it depends where he lives, to be fair. But somebody asked the question, why attack oil depots when oil refineries are much higher value targets? And the answer is because, well, if you've got nowhere to store your refined products, also, the oil itself has to be refined, yeah? So, okay, so oil refineries do that work. And then the stuff that they produce is the useful stuff that they're going to be using for their, jet fuel and fuel for their vehicles and all of that sort of stuff. Well, if you take out the refined product, they've got to make more refined product. But where are they going to put it so it can be easily distributed if all the oil depots are partially destroyed? So all of these things are as important as one another because it's all part of the same chain. And so, yes, you can hit a oil refinery, cause that to be, out of action for a short period of time. But also, oil refineries can get restarted. And, you can't hit them every other day. Sometimes they're going to have actually put enough air defense around those things. And, there's also the oil depots are closer, easier to spot, easier to take out. So these things are closer to the front, and you're hitting the same supply chain, you're just hitting it in a different place. And in particular, taking out refined product means that Russia have gone to the whole joy of making this stuff, transporting it to a depot, and then boom, it blows up. I mean, it's almost like when they're building something or they're putting a train, a new rail line in or something like that, and Ukraine waits until it's almost finished and then hits it, or waits until they've opened it for 2 days and then hits it. It's just refine that product all you like, but A, where you're going to put it, and B, you ain't putting it here so it can feed your troops. You absolutely are not. So it's all part of the same logistics chain even. Remember Sheremetyevo Airport that we talked about yesterday? Passengers are now there for almost 2 days, and they've decided to do something for those passengers. You know what they've done for them? They've given them mattresses to sleep on the floor. Now, just to note, there were new drone alerts for the Moscow region overnight, so perhaps those people are still there sleeping on their mattresses. Lovely. I mean, and it will get worse, won't it? It absolutely will get worse.
So, Mockers, they're staying at the airport because they haven't got their baggage. Is that what they're saying?
Well, some of these people went to the airport to go away somewhere or go home. So, perhaps some of these people are still waiting to go home, which is, why they haven't bothered to leave the airport again, because they've got nowhere to go. They were on their way back. New Year's and stuff like that. A lot of people travel around. Orthodox Christmas, they'll go see family or they'll go to a notable location to have their New Year or something like that. And then they can't get home again. And so what they're going to do? Sit in the airport because there's nowhere else to go. I mean, that's basically the situation. It's like a load of people stuck in the Caribbean because, that for some reason there's no flights around there either. Yeah, I know, awkward. I'll be honest, I'd rather be stuck in the Caribbean than in Sheremetyevo. Anyway, so where were we? Morning. So this extra footage from Volgograd region certainly does show at least 2 to 3 tanks burning, according to people who've been having a good squiz at it. And they say at least 2 to 3 tanks are burning there, and the possibility of more to come. Now, I realise I have blasted through our time period, so I'm going to do some numbers. Would you like some numbers? Bet you
Crack
would.
on. Oh, and they're quite. We need to have a little chat halfway through these because there's a little bit of a surprise in there, but I'll let you find it.
Rightio. Let's go for it. So, I think I see what I'm looking at now. So, yes. Yesterday, it would appear that, the ebb and flow of the Russian tide of poor unfortunate souls has flowed. 1,130 liquidated personnel today. 11 tanks, that's quite a few, isn't it? So at least some of them got to ride in a tank before they died. I'm sure that probably wasn't their, on their bucket list, but hey ho. 3 armoured combat vehicles. And so, they found a couple of those because there weren't any, were there, yesterday? And then here, 44 artillery systems. They had a campaign of taking out artillery yesterday, didn't they, Genesis Man, it would appear?
And
Is that what you were referring to?
it certainly was, Marcus. And the 11 tanks. I thought, that's a good effort. Well done, you. They must have caught a column somewhere, but I haven't seen it. But so we'll just wait on that. But looking forward to the photographic evidence, as they say.
Well, one of the things that is notable by Ukrainian reports is that tanks are very, very uncommon on the front line these days. So, yeah, to take out a whole bunch of them like that, I'm going to say that the Russians were either started using them for a mechanized assault somewhere, or they fucked up and left them out in the open. So there's that. Yes, 44 artillery systems. That's some going, isn't it? One more MLRS. And obviously, we've got a lot of UAVs. So 654 UAVs shot down by Ukraine. Now, at some point, they started counting the UAVs like more. And I think what it is the smaller ones on the front line, they don't really count anyway. They still don't count them. These fiber optic drones and stuff like that, it's unlikely that they're counting every single one of those. But what they are counting is all the reconnaissance drones and drones throughout the day, strike drones throughout the day that they're having to take down with these interceptors. And of course, they're getting good feedback from the interceptor groups because they are reporting on all their work and their successes. And so this is why the numbers suddenly shot up and have stayed high, because they're probably counting all the Molniya reconnaissance drones and all that sort of thing now that these interceptors are taking out. And we did see sort of a jump into, suddenly into the hundreds, even on days when, the overnight report was very low. And that's because Ukraine's interceptors have now got this information to feed back, which they probably weren't doing previously. So once the information is available, Ukraine's going to put it out there. So I just wanted to add that. It always brings me joy when I see these 2 submarines on here, because, I mean, how fucking embarrassing. How embarrassing to lose 2 submarines to technically a tiny country compared to you. Who didn't really have a proper navy, who, that they were in such a position when they were first attacked by Russia that everybody just thought that they've got no navy, they're going to be completely overwhelmed from the sea. And look where they are. They've sunk 2 submarines. And I just think that's fucking hilarious. Or at least they've attacked and put out of action 2 submarines. One of them absolutely fucked, and the other one not going to be working for a long time. I'll just put it that way, if it's even worth repairing. So there's that as well. Are we happy now? Little cat's just decided she's happy now. I don't know what they were grumbling over before, but yeah, we're all friends again now. So what else? I've missed out this. 134 vehicles and fuel tanks. So, some of those guys that died actually got to ride in a vehicle before they died. It was noted that they now are putting 4 people into these Chinese buggies. And oh yeah, I think I've remembered what I was going to tangent onto before, because this I can add here as well. So they've been putting 4 guys into their Chinese buggies now, and I guess they've lost that much weight on the battlefield, by not being supplied with food properly and stuff like that. That these Chinese buggies don't go much slower with the 4 guys on. Because they've put these baskets on the back and attached a couple of extra dudes. Now, A, it means they don't have to walk as far, bless them, to their deaths. And B, when they start putting more people into a vehicle than it's designed for, you know that they're running out of vehicles. Just leave that hanging there. And on top of that, the reason I say they've lost a lot of weight is because, do you remember the video a couple of days ago of Ukrainian soldiers using a ground drone to return a captured Russian soldier to HQ, to send him back? And you got this video where you saw the guy sort of gently being loaded onto this ground drone, and he was skin and bone. He looked like a walking ghost, this guy. And I can only assume that he was so fucked up that they thought, we'll just stick him on this ground drone and send him back. He's not running anywhere. Did you see that, Genesis, Mum?
No, I missed that one, Mockers. No, doesn't sound very good. So they're returning a Russian fighter back to their lines, or they're bringing them to the Ukrainian lines?
Back to their own lines, yeah. Yeah, no, back to the Ukrainian lines, yeah. So they're sending this guy back to be added to the exchange fund, but he was like a skeleton. He was... I used to see pictures on the telly of starving Africans, and that's what he looked like. He looked like a starving African, except he was a Russian.
Which reminds me, did you see one where they put so Ukraine have been quite clever, haven't they? They just, if they haven't got any targets, they just plant the drone and wait. And then the Russians come out of the bushes, don't they? And they either get oh, what's that? Go and have a look. Suspicious, and they go over to it, and then they explode the drone. But yesterday, they found a couple of our African friends digging, and they decided that they were going to black the drone with a shovel. Guess how that went?
I'm going to assume that the shovel holder did not survive.
No, the shovel lost 1-0 to the drone.
Well, shovels don't work the same as baseball bats, but I wouldn't be hitting a drone like it was a ball anyway. I think, best thing to do would be to go very sprightly in the opposite direction. But, I mean, at least he tried. He tried, didn't he? Bless him. I mean, it was worth a go.
To be fair, he saw the drone and he understood he had a shovel in it, and you could see in his eyes that that moment when you think the "oh, I'm fucked" moment, and he went, fuck it, let's throw the shovel at it, and it didn't work.
Yeah, we've seen them do that with like sticks and guns and everything. We just lob it at the drone and see if that helps. It never helps, folks. I'll just tell you that. Never helps. I'm just looking at something here from the Tambov region, little report coming out from, well, It's coming out from a partisan group here within Russia. And it says here, in Michurinsk, the supply of resources for military aviation was disrupted by the Legion's resistance. So this is the, Free Russia Legion people. The airbase. I told you, these guys went quiet a while back because a lot of them went home and they decided not to talk about it. Yes. Because that's the best thing to do is to, go home and work from within. We've always said this, haven't we? Russians need to go home and sort things out themselves at home. And some of them have indeed taken that advice. And so here we go. The supply of resources for military aviation disrupted by Legion resistance. The airbase's vital logistics centre is suddenly out of service. The resistance burned all the necessary equipment en route to the flight. So it looks as though this equipment was being taken to a airbase to facilitate a flight of some, bombers, probably. And it was burned on the road, on the way. So the local military transport regiment regularly receives spare parts for runways and aircraft repairs, except this particular job lot got taken out, burned, in fact. Lots of lovely flames there. So lovely stuff. I'm enjoying this. These are the sorts of things that we'd like to see and hear. Oh, United 24 have done something really lovely. And, I could cry. I could actually cry. So, 5 days ago, the Dark Night Sky Sentinel that they've been raising money for raised enough for a third turret. And so they said, we have a third NATO air defence unit to name. Please start coming up with some suggestions. And of course, everybody said, surely this should be named I Am Undertow in, commemoration of our fallen comrade.
Absolutely, mockers. What a lovely gesture.
Yeah. And so 16 hours ago, they produced this. We've heard you, fellas. We don't need a poll. I hope everybody agrees in the name of camaraderie. The third NATO turret will be named I Am Undertow to honour our supporter. May he rest in peace. This one is for you, our friend. Sleep well. Your legacy helps innocents sleep more soundly. Oh, that made my eyes leak. That really did. Oh, that's fucking beautiful. And that is swearing. That is fucking beautiful. Oh, you know what? When we all get together and do shit like that, that's just gorgeous. Bloody love it. Oh, thanks for that. Anyway, now I'm all like, ugh. Oh. So, sorry, I just come across that, and that just took me a little bit by the, by the emotions. Goodness. Anyway, let us continue, because I got some news, and it ain't good for the Rushkins. Should we do the Air Force report first, before I, ball all over the air?
Yes, please. And you're not the only one that's welling up either, so don't feel bad. I think we all are. But what a lovely gesture. That is just beautiful. Well done.
No, that's just bloody lovely. And they've quoted his final post, where he just says, I'm off to sleep now. And he puts a little heart. And, yeah, I'll just say, what a final post to make. So 154 enemy UAVs in total. 125 were shot down and suppressed. There's a cat now eating a plastic bag across the room, and I'm going to have to stop her. According to preliminary data, as of 8 a.m, air defences shot down and suppressed 125 enemy UAVs, no missiles tonight. What are you doing? Get out the bag. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just, in the north, south, and east of the country, 22 strike UAVs were recorded hitting 18 locations. Get out the sodding bag, for goodness sakes. Go on. That wasn't written on the Air Force report. Let me see. Strike UAVs were recorded hitting 18 locations, as well as the fall of downed UAV fragments in 2 locations. The attack continues with several enemy UAVs still in Ukrainian airspace. Oh dear. Sorry, my nose ran and everything. Then it's just ridiculous. Unfortunate part of being a human that sometimes our emotions just get the better of us, and you have no idea how. Anyway, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you all feel the same.
Are you all right, sweet? Yeah, we all feel the same.
Yeah, that just put me a little bit by the,
No.
Grab me by the throat.
No, he was.
Anyway, a very, very good thing to do, to have his legacy protecting the skies and protecting Ukrainians. I mean, he'd have bloody loved that, wouldn't he?
He'd have been so proud and over the moon, wouldn't he? Yeah, that would have been him to a T. Yeah, love it.
Anyway, I'll stop crying now and tell you about Russia's economic collapse, because that always cheers me up. So, a little bit more about Russia's economic collapse. Oh, yes. China reduced most of their imports of Russian raw materials during 2025 because, they don't want to be tied too closely to something which is sinking. Funny that, isn't it? Exports of also that they can probably just go in and steal these things when they're ready. So exports of oil, coal, timber, and ferrous metals all dropped because they're going to take them for free at some point. So why pay for them? LNG export volumes did increase, but the revenue made by LNG exports decreased because Russia are having to give them an extremely steep discount to keep them on board. I know it's a shame, isn't it? I'm just going to say this will get worse. Absolutely will get worse. And talking of which, I also have, come on, load for me, you little child. Thank you. Sometimes these things just don't keep up with me. There we go. So we also have, some other stuff going on. And guess what? The railway loading thread is back. So let's just pull this up. Russia, they don't go back to the office until tomorrow after their very long time off break from, Christmas and New Year. And a lot of data will be coming out this month. Also, part of the reason loading numbers in January will be typically lower than other months. So you will expect that the loading thread for December will be quite different to the one in January, but we'll get December's figures and they will be much more indicative than those from January itself. So keep that in mind, that when these figures come out over the next couple of days, look at December rather than January, because, January, we've only had a little bit of it yet. And when we get all of January at some time in February, they'll be wildly out of kink with the rest of them. So just to be aware of that. Now, what we on? Length of the Great Patriotic War. Yes, I really want to emphasize this, that we need to be telling Russia just how pathetic this situation is, that in all this time, in the entire length of their Great Patriotic War, they've not even been able to take the entirety of Donetsk and Luhansk, which they pretty much had most of to begin with. If we could all please point and laugh and make memes to this end, that would be great. Thank you very much. Now, meanwhile, in Russian media, they've been told that on January the 11th, they should not whine about things. Remember how there's all these strange and wonderful customs that they should or shouldn't do on people's feast days and stuff like that? Well, today is a day of no whining. No whining. Stop whining. That's out of a film, by the way. Stop whining. Pretty sure Arnold Schwarzenegger said it. Anyway, Russians were told that they should not whine about things on January the 11th. So I'm sure everybody kept their mouths shut about being in the dark in Belgorod, yeah? But don't you worry. At least you can take out the trash today, because apparently yesterday it was a no-go. You shouldn't take out the trash on the 10th. No, absolutely not. They're not able to whine about it, though. They can take it out. Just they can't talk about it in whining. Maybe that's why they throw it out of their windows, you know. So they're technically not taking it out. They're just depositing it out of a window. I don't know. They also are, they're talking about this. Let's just go through what Prune has to say about this, because this should be fun. For Russia, I mean, this is coming from a headline in the Moscow Times. So, you know, these are allowed to criticize Russia, but they also keep sort of a fairly... they still spout a bit of propaganda, but they kind of try and explain it as well at the same time. So, for Russia, US control of Venezuela brings a reputational blow, but limited fallout. Well, this is something that might lead to some misunderstandings of the situation. And there's a quote that Preen particularly disagrees with the way it's phrased. You see, a lot of people are looking for a magic bullet that single-handedly will cause Russia to, boom, collapse, fall over. Now, what it is it's not a single bullet. They're riddled with holes at this point, and it's whatever breaks the camel's back. We're looking for the last straw, and you know, that might be several last straws at once. You never know. It's also worth pointing out that people will disagree as to what actually qualifies as a collapse. Their economy is getting hit from all sides, and even a small hit at this point is really starting to hurt them. It's also worth pointing out that Trump is someone a lot of people have a strong emotional response to. It's extremely fair. Just don't let that cloud your ability to assess the situation. It's very possible the outcomes the Trump administration declares as a result of their actions in Venezuela are actually lies and will fall flat. A bit like, you know, when he said, oh, the oil companies are going in. The oil companies went, actually, thanks, but no thanks. Because, well, we don't know what you're doing on a daily basis. You could change your mind tomorrow and that'll fuck everything up. So, actually, no. You see, the oil companies are so invested in money and only money that they don't want to lose a whole bunch in Venezuela. So at least the fact that they're completely and absolutely laser-focused mercenaries sort of plays, you know, its part. Anyway, it's not uncommon that you will find that he will say something and it won't actually happen. Yes, we've seen that before. Anyway, from Prune's perspective, she doesn't see a situation where Putin is strengthened overall as a result of any events that are happening around the world, especially in Iran and Venezuela. But she's not just looking at politics. She's looking at the bigger picture, the economic problems Russia is suffering from. Nothing going on in the world helps them fix their problems. Now, she says, perhaps it's just that I'm an engineer and I'm generally more focused on data and actual problems than politics, but it doesn't matter who is winning in the media landscape. People can be winning in the media landscape all day, every day, but none of that fixes the leaky pipes. For example, in Ufa, an apartment in a multi-storey building partially sank underground. Why? Did hell finally open up? No. It turns out that the incident was caused by a prolonged water leak from the water supply system, which continued for, well, they say several hours on January the 2nd. Despite numerous calls to emergency services, there was no response, and by evening, ground collapse occurred, partially submerging one apartment and flooding the neighbouring apartments. Believe it or not, the building was already in quite some state of disrepair and awaiting occupancy. Sorry? They were going to put people in this building that was falling apart already? Okay. But after this emergency, new cracks appeared up the walls. Gas and water supplies had to be temporarily cut off, and there were some residents who were already residing in the building. They now have no heat, no cooking facilities, no basic amenities. Oh dear. The children and the elderly had to urgently evacuate themselves to relatives due to fear of further collapsing. Well, I'm glad there was nobody in the apartment that actually fell into the hole. So that's something. Currently, all gas water supplies have been temporarily restored using a hose. Because that's safe, isn't it? Totally. According to residents, however, the main problem has not been resolved at all. And this is what they do. This is like what I would call a bodget and scarper job. Basically, they just say, well, we fixed it now. Look, there's a hose. It works perfectly well. How long and how well do you think that's going to work, Genesis Man?
It's not, Mockers, is it? It's just not going to work because they're so good at repairing stuff. No, never.
Well, you see, in Russia, these temporary fixes become the fix, the permanent fix. And as long as it's fixed for now, nobody's going to bother doing anything about it. That's how it works out. So, awkward. They continue that the pipe under the building continues to leak. And they're living in constant fear, almost like they're sat on a powder keg. But no action is being taken. Due to the dilapidated state of the pipes, they can't fix it. And you know why it's so dilapidated? Because it's probably from the Brezhnev era. You know, that guy that you have to look in history books to learn about. Yeah. There's no talk of relocating any of the residents either, one resident in the already dilapidated building told the TV station. Well, who knew that they don't give a shit about their, people? I mean, come on, folks. For reference, and this building may not have even been considered dilapidated by these program standards. 6 days ago, the State Duma announced the suspension of the program for resettled residents from dilapidated housing due to, a lack of funds in the budget. That's right. We have no money to temporarily house anybody now, so tough shit. If your heating and lighting isn't working, well, be lucky you've got a roof. And if your roof fell in, that's a shame. So anyway, it's also worth noting the person who announced this was Andrei Gurlev, who is a frequent guest on Russian state media. And he did say quite recently that he wanted to live in stagnation. He says, I lived in stagnation already, and I want to live in stagnation again. You know what it was to me? It was a great happiness. If you say so, dude, if you say so. There are numerous quotes from him that range from actual criminal incitement to genocide to somewhat idiotic, like he's just said there. And he's a huge supporter of the war and the repressions of Russian citizens. So he had this to say: the nationwide programme for resettling residents of dilapidated housing. I mean, it's actually they've already got 350,000 people over the next 5 years who require this because their buildings are so dilapidated, and yet they've put it on hold. And they've actually said, due to the war in Ukraine. Due to the war in Ukraine and lack of funding, he's actually come out and said it. Now, that's the first time I've heard the truth about why they have no funding. Amazing, hey? That they've actually started to admit it. And this is one of the things that they'll admit these things slowly. You know, they'll eke this information out. I mean, it's been going on for years, this, but eventually it's got to the point where they have to finally admit it. All our money went to the war. We can't update your housing and we can't relocate you to a place with a fucking roof. Good God. So the federal programme for emergency housing was actually suspended since the start of the second military district. So you understand it would be a lie to say we will deliver any emergency housing until we breathe a sigh of relief. After the second military district and some funding becomes available, we won't be able to push this issue through at all. I am here telling you the truth. Well, yes, he did actually tell the truth. So that's something, isn't it? That makes him such a good, believable source, especially when anyway. The Russian Ministry of Finance did plan to allocate over 160 billion rubles over the next 3 years to either liquidating or updating dilapidated housing. And they're not doing that now. They also estimated the cost of resettlement in 2024 alone as 2 trillion rubles, but believe it or not, they didn't spend that either. They spent that on the war. He also, Gulev, also complained about the insane budget deficit in Zabaikalsky Krai, where he was elected to the Duma. Regarding dilapidated housing, let me tell you frankly, the regional budget is simply not pulling its weight today. Regional budgets are indeed in trouble. We say everything is fine. We have tons of revenue, but look at the deficits. It's becoming crystal clear that there simply isn't enough money. Is this man going to end up in trouble? Or was he allowed to say this? I'm assuming he was allowed. The regional budget deficit for 2026 is 12.2 billion rubles with 162.3 billion rubles in revenue, apparently. By the end of the year last year, the ministry reported the relocation of more than 50 million square metres of dilapidated housing since 2019. Note that they've given you a really long period of time now. And they say that they relocated 910,000 residents. Or did they? Apparently. I would imagine that some of these residents relocated themselves, to be fair. Or they just got chucked out. You know, get out. We're doing this building. We're going to make it better. And then they've just painted over all the shit that was broken, you know, like you do. It says here, the programme... Oh, here we go. The programme failed to implement at all in at least 12 regions due to lack of funds and sharply rising real estate prices. At the end of the year, the Ministry of Construction proposed a draft law, amongst other things, postponing all programmes' implementation until September the 1st, 2028. This is classic Russia. They push back the deadline and cut the benefits, and the money in the middle disappears. According to the document, emergency housing will be assessed based on the fact that it is unfit for habitation. However, they have lowered the qualifications of what is unfit for habitation. I mean, you know, having a bathroom doesn't mean anything, does it? Because, you know, you can pee outside. So, you know, having a kitchen, well, as long as you can find food, technically, you don't need one of those. You know what I mean? Not only are piping systems inside housing becoming such a bad state of degradation, but new buildings are added to old systems, which further puts wear on the systems. For example, the sewage systems. Sewer collapse in Korolev caused rivers of feces in the city streets, which I'm sure was delightful. And of course, on top of that, corruption and the fact that all the money has already been spent on the war means the system continues to deteriorate. Now, these sorts of things do happen every winter in general, but it's happening a lot now, quite a lot. If only there was a large, expensive project in the federal budget the Kremlin could end to free up the huge amount of funds they need to repair and maintain and upgrade their public infrastructure. Maybe somebody should ask Putin about that, huh? Maybe. Anyway, it all depends on perspective, of course, and it's important to understand in what context these things are being discussed. It's possible in reality that the problem lies only in communication. I do like Prune's threads because they are rational in an increasingly irrational world. And so, yes, Venezuela didn't do much for Russia's economy or their military. And to be fair, Russia had, they'd bought a bunch of stuff from Russia and Russia had not actually delivered it. Believe it or not. Shocking, I know. Absolutely shocking. And Iran, I think, is going to be a bigger blow for Russia because, they were, they were getting stuff from Iran. And I don't think that they're going to be able to continue to do that now. So that's fun. In fact, when we look at the situation over there, it would appear that they're busy. They won't be helping Russia anytime soon. In fact, what was noted was a bunch of the mullahs appeared in Moscow, which is a tad embarrassing, isn't it? I guess that's where you go when everything else turns to shit. So these things happen. Now, let me get back to this because I kind of wanted to talk about this. Mr. Kellogg, he's finally able to speak freely, isn't he? It's nice that he's able to speak freely, and he had a few things to say yesterday, and I thought it would be worth just mentioning what he had to say. Give me a second, Genesis Man, while I take a big gulp of my coffee.
No worries, Mockers. That's because he's out from under the heel of the orange turd now. He doesn't have to pay lip service anymore because he's not in his employment anymore. So now he's got a free voice to say whatever it is he wants to say. And he had a couple of interviews, didn't he? Because he's doing the rounds on a Sunday morning.
No, yes, yeah, he's doing the rounds. It was on a Saturday, but I'll let you off. So I like this in particular. Zelensky's a tough son of a bitch. Oh, yes. He's stubborn. You know what? He's Ukrainian. That is, part and parcel of being Ukrainian. I think that you have this massive stubborn streak. He has an opinion and he's unafraid to say it. And he knows how to use the media. Yes, he does, because he's worked in it for God knows how long. I personally said to Trump that he was an embattled but courageous leader. We in the United States have not seen a leader like him since Abraham Lincoln. Well, I don't know. I didn't know Abraham Lincoln personally, so I couldn't tell you. But anyway, I certainly wasn't there. So he went on to say there are some malevolent actors out there. North Korea, China, what's left of Iran. Indeed, that might just get crossed off the list very shortly. And of course, Russia. In the past, we didn't allow them to come together. We kept them separated. But now they have come together. And the point is, they need to be separated again. I don't think Putin wants Ukraine to succeed. You know what? I don't think the rest of us believe that either, to be absolutely fair. Yeah, Zelensky's face said it all when that was suggested. Putin, as a former KGB officer, has never outlived those roots. He's got a goal in mind. What we want in the West is not what he wants, obviously. Duh. And I love the fact that I cannot like these tweets. I absolutely cannot like them. That's annoying, isn't it? Anyway, I'll carry on. That's how I know how far down the thread I am usually, because, I tend to tangent off. So it's always best to have an indicator of where the fuck I am. But never mind, eh? So, Kellogg says he is an old Cold War warrior in the sense that he does not trust the Russians. And he doesn't really care what they want or they don't want. And I think that's the attitude that we should take, because have you seen those guys recently? They don't seem to have an awful lot of ability to project power anymore. Just saying. I think Putin would like to rebuild the entire empire, which includes Ukraine. Well, duh. Hello. Fucking obvious, that one. Well, that is probably one of the reasons why Kellogg is not in his job anymore, because he was, obviously not appeasing the Orange Man and saying, dude, this guy, we should be respecting him, because have you seen his spine? Have you seen the size of his balls? Goodness gracious me. And of course, it's very emasculating for somebody else to be steadfast in their views. Yes, that truth probably landed quite badly. So the fact that Zelensky is respected and is quite clearly so much the greater man, that's how he's going to be remembered in history. And it's one of the reasons Trump hates him. It really is one of the reasons. Because, he cannot be swayed, he cannot be bought. He's not going to bow down to the Trump-a-lumper. He will be diplomatic to a fault, but he's not going to agree to something that his country is not going to agree to as well. I'm a bit disgusted that I can't like any of the tweets in that thread, and I can't like any of the tweets supporting that thread either. Isn't it weird how these things happen on Mr. Musk's, platform? Fucking twat. Sorry, it's just fell out of my mouth, that. Anyway, I thought that was worth noting because, he would know. He's taught to him. Now, shock upon shocks. Would you believe the Russian Shadow Fleet have been smuggling weapons? Oh, I'm so surprised, aren't you, Genesis Man?
Shocker. Would never have thought it. Never entered my tiny, wee, pea-sized brain. You're telling me what? Tell me more, mockers.
Well, I know it's a shock. I know it is. But we knew this anyway, didn't we? It was just a case of catching them in the act. And Ukrainian hackers have indeed uncovered what they've been up to. So, a Russian weapon smuggling group operating in conjunction with the Shadow Tanker Fleet have been putting arms into the hands of terrorists worldwide. They even boasted that they could smuggle nuclear weapons. How did that go? With them nuclear, what were they?
Nuclear reactors to North Korea.
Yeah, reactors to North Korea. That's
they
the
ended
one.
up on the bottom of the sea, like most of their submarines in the Black Sea. Just saying, people. I'm just saying.
Did they end up on the bottom of the sea? Because that ship was torpedoed. And I think whoever torpedoed that ship probably also collected the goods that were on it. I'm just saying. I have in mind that, if you're going to go after a ship and torpedo it because you know what's on board, you're probably going to take that stuff to a safe place. Whoever the fuck did that. Anyway, I do wonder where those things went. I'm quite sure that they are traceable by anybody who's able to, trace nuclear weapons like that, because these things are not weapons, nuclear equipment, because these things are quite traceable. You can find them if you want to look. Anyway, officers of the 291st Regiment of the Russian Armed Forces and the Vostok Akhmat, which is, the Chechen people, organised an arms smuggling operation through Crimea. Of course they did. The Ukrainian hacker group, the 256th Cyber Assault Division, in cooperation with the international intelligence community Inform Napalm, conducted a cyber int operation, during which this important intelligence data for the Ukrainian Defence Forces has been obtained. The main part of the public part of this study is to expose the facts about the supply chain of smuggled weapons from the combat zone to temporarily occupied Crimea. In turn, the peninsula then used as a hub for the further transportation of weapons to black markets in the regions of Russia, as well as to Europe, Western Asia and Africa, using the Russian Shadow Fleet tankers. Remember when Russia were inspecting every Ukrainian grain ship because they said there will be weapons on board? Well, that was to distract from the fact that they were actually transporting weapons on their tankers. Yeah, I know. It's always a case of, accusations in the mirror. And when they accuse Ukraine of doing something, you can guarantee that they are doing it. Anyway, the accounts of Russian officers were hacked, including Major Evgeny Dmitriev, the platoon commander of the Russian assault company Storm V. Remember those guys? Storm V, of the 291st Guards Motor Rifle Regiment. That is the 42nd Motor Rifle Division of the 58th Combined Arms Army. Indeed. All these numbers mean fuck all to me, but I'm sure somebody's keeping a tally somewhere. Anyway, they're currently operating in the Zaporizhia direction and probably getting their asses kicked at the same time. So, facts of cooperation between Russian officers and representatives of the Kadyrovites, because, those guys, they would much rather be smuggling weapons than fighting on the front line. I can understand that. It's safer. So the Kadyrovite Battalion Vostok Akhmat, regarding the illegal sale of weapons, has been exposed. In addition, after hacking the accounts of the Russian officers, Ukrainian hackers also carried out a successful operation with elements of social engineering. On behalf of the Russian major, they deceived the administrators of the Public of the Millionaire, 2 majors, and forced them to transfer funds from the current collection of the 291st Regiment of the Russian Armed Forces to the needs of the Special Operations Forces of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. In other words, they used that man's account to demand money be transferred by 2 majors from their accounts to this account, which turned out to be Ukraine's bank account. Thank you very much. They're getting good at this, aren't they? Taking the money that Russia have, raised to kill them with and using it to kill them right back. It's nice, that, isn't it? Very fun. So anyway, there is a video report at the end of the publication that confirms this. And there is an article in Inform Napalm on their website where you'll be able to see all that information, and it really is quite interesting. But it says here, the publication is available for review and distribution in Ukrainian and Russian. And don't you worry, folks. I'm just going to retweet that for you so that you know where to find it. It's attached in the second tweet. And beautiful work. I love the fact that they are getting the Russians to donate to the Ukrainian army. These sorts of operations are absolutely beautiful. And this is only the public part. And it does make you wonder what other things they're doing under the carpet, as it were. And also, remember just recently that a lot of these Shadow Fleet tankers have started to come a cropper. Remember that one that was off the Turkish coast there that just suddenly got, well, engine problems, shall we say? And well, we kind of knew that there was. In fact, there is an English version now, so I'm just going to retweet that as well. So we kind of knew all this was happening, but the oil tankers are a good way to smuggle weapons, even gold and silver. Would you believe? I think the boast about smuggling nukes is kind of designed to instill fear more than anything else. I mean, those nuclear reactors that they were, sending to North Korea would have been for energy creation rather than, actually bombs. But the whole point is that that's technology that North Korea don't have. And, they wouldn't be distributing it to its people anyway, would they? Because they don't give a shit about that. Don't know if you've ever looked at North Korea on a nighttime map, but basically there's only about 3 parts of it that are ever lit up. And that's the bit where all the rich people live. And that's that. But amazing news. Another obvious smuggling ring, which has stopped. Now, just before we leave, I just thought I would bring you some delightful news from Mr. Kalashnikov. You know, that guy who he started flapping his gums, and I'm pretty sure at some point he's going to go too far, get himself in trouble. But he had a little word about the loss of Venezuela. And Russian tankers being seized, and he was not very fucking happy. The biggest Russian patriot bloggers are now complaining that they're being humiliated on a global scale. Yes, they are. And that such a humiliation has never happened before. They just don't quite work out whose fault it is. But they humiliated themselves, really, giving us the opportunity to laugh at them through their massively aggressive stupidity. And, karma does come back around. I mean, I think it is well-deserved, Russia's humiliation. And, well, it's more than that, isn't it? It's their absolute F-up that has led them to spend more years, more days fighting a war with their tiny neighbour Ukraine than they did in the Great Patriotic War against the entire Nazi army. I'm just going to point out that they appear to be playing the part of the Nazis in this particular aggression. Anyway, they talk about blacking out Odessa and Dnipropetrovsk, masses of ordinary people being left without electricity, gas and water, because, that's something that they like to boast about. And such strikes cause us and Americans to faint with fear, apparently. But no, we're not in fear, are we? We're brazenly seizing tankers. And it turns out, even under a Russian flag, we're still seizing their tankers. And for starters, it's the flow of money, which they're upset about, because of course. And also then they're being, emasculated to the world. And he says, even if the US aren't going to profit from Venezuelan oil, Russia will not profit from it anymore either. And, that works out in Ukraine's favour. So sometimes when you go around, kicking other people to the curb and all that, it has a knock-on effect. And technically, what Trump did with Venezuela did fuck up Russia, even though he probably didn't specifically mean it to. He was just being, God in his own world. And these guys go on to say, the weak are the ones who are beaten. And he's basically saying we are the weak ones. People have stopped being afraid of us. Let's imagine that Latvia would repeat a similar situation. I'm not sure that Latvia would be stealing your tankers, to be fair. However, the British and the Nordics might. And Russia is being put in a situation, and he says, excuse my language, of being the lowered one. Is he saying that we're sat in the cook chair watching everybody else get on with things?
The you're
He is,
looking
isn't
for is either bottom or in Russian cock.
he? Yeah,
The name of the
exactly.
lowest in prison.
Oh, of course, yes. The lowered one, of course. So, yeah, I mean, he's saying it's an absolute disgrace. And it's never happened before in Russia's history. Well, it's happening now. And guess what? You've done it to yourselves. Dependent on others at this point. And it's good to see them wringing their hands like this. What a fucking shame. What cruelty, eh? I mean, I'm so sad for them. If only they could find a way to extricate themselves from this absolute mess that they've got themselves into. They could just go home. And on that note, I think we need to also go, don't we, Genesis Man? Because I got stuff to do today, including washing up. But I also have Xbox. Because it's Sunday and I'm going to have a few hours Xboxing.
Back to the Xbox because it is daily humiliation, by the way, people, in almost everything they do now, and it's just come to light with more regularity. That's all. But it is daily humiliation, absolutely. And on that note, Mockers, lovely to sit with you again. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for the space. Don't forget, people, please donate to the fundraisers in the Nest. SBU Alpha need their money and they need their stuff. And on that lovely note, I'll slava Ukrainian Mockers.
Heroin Slava. And also, I'll just mention while we're here that if you're listening to us afterwards and you don't know who to donate to, War Doggo has his Give Butter, that's right, Give Butter, all one word, website where they are doing their proactive fundraisers, and also they're doing a fundraiser for the shotgun team as well, because, well, let's just say that they have put their money to very good use, and they have shown us exactly how they're using any money that they've been afforded from the fundraisers. And shooting down drones is really, really important. And shooting down being the last line of, oh shit, we need to shoot this down before it smacks me in the face with a shotgun. That is really important, because they are just everywhere, and I do mean absolutely everywhere. And so having a team member who is ready and willing and has their finger on the trigger of a shotgun to be able to take these things out is that last life-saving line that is really, really important at the moment, because you just never know when you're going to encounter a drone. And so, yeah, protecting the medics, protecting the teams, really, really important work. So I would just like to highlight their particular efforts as well. And love yous, I mean it. And yeah, let's get out of here. Prince?
Slavin Latsi.
Smurd for a ham.
Smudge for a ham. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we're calling it a night. And what's left for me to say is Scarapapachimus.
Papachimus.
Join us and